for Water and Science, as well as Jack Dangermond this afternoon. So this is going to be a great day. So we're going to start off right now with Liz Carey talking about the intern and outreach program of ASO, and then at about 9:20 we'll go into Anne's keynote talk. So Liz, let me turn it over to you.
All right. So we started up our student internship program for ASO Inc. this year, but of course this is something that we've been doing for many years up until now through JPL. We started this year with the two students you met yesterday, Will Stevens and Grayson Dozier. They actually will in fact be talking at this time tomorrow about the work that they've been doing since June, working with us. We brought them in over the summer. This is a paid internship program, so they worked full-time over the summer. And then because their schedules allowed, they had time to work with us continuing into the fall, which has been wonderful. So we've kept them on, and this of course is something that would be possible for other students. The original intent was to, of course, bring them here to Mammoth. Grayson lives in town, but Will lives across the country. And so the original idea was to bring them here and have them in town for their internship. But of course, for obvious reasons, we couldn't do that. It was safer to keep everybody remote. But luckily we were able to adapt their projects pretty easily to remote work. So we're hoping that by next summer, we will have the ability to bring students here to Mammoth and have them as part of our team here. But of course, I think one of the great things about ASO is that a lot of these projects that we have students work on can be done remotely as well. So as I said earlier, and Tom was saying yesterday, we of course have been doing this for several years now. And I wanted to ask Kat to just say a few words about some of the projects that we've had some of our other students work on over the past several years.
Great, thanks Liz. So as many of you know, I've been with ASO for many years, and at JPL we had quite a lot of interns that were working on many different facets of the ASO program, and not necessarily just operational tasks, but really looking at broadening our understanding of the science of the snow distribution and other components that we're interested in. And so Liz said that we will be that Grayson and will be showing their work tomorrow, and so that will be really great. But some of the other work that we've had people do over the years relates to topics like snow depth in the forest, and looking at how accurate we are in the forest with our snow depth retrievals and feeding that back into our algorithm development. We've had folks looking at visualization, so bringing data into 3D environments and having it be more interactive. So that's been really fun. We've had students with different kinds of skills, GIS skills, technical science skills, coding skills, all kinds of different students. So it doesn't necessarily, we're not necessarily targeting snow science students or folks that are interested in snow hydrology, but a broad range of students can really contribute to the program. Things like remote sensing of snow using satellite technology would be a really good fit as well. And so, yeah, so we have a lot of breadth in our student program right now. There's other things that ASO is excited about, not just snow, things like vegetation. And so we've been doing a bit of vegetation mapping with our LiDAR retrievals. We obviously get sometimes really great data. So there's opportunities probably in those realms as well. And so we would really encourage, I would really encourage us to have a broad intern sort of scope I would say. And so we've had a lot of different students over the years, and it's been really fun. And a lot of the work really does feed back into what we do in our operations, and that's really exciting. So you're at the cutting edge of sort of development and research and then development, which is a great thing you can say about your internship program, which not a lot of people can say. So with that, I will leave it. I think I've spoken enough. But if you have any questions about anything to do with what kind of projects, or if you're interested, reach out to us and we can talk about it.
Yes.
Let me throw in a couple things. We have had some of the customers, the cooperators in the Central Valley of California recommend students to us, and they ended up working out really, really well. And so if you do have someone that you think would fit well with us or could benefit from the program and has the right kind of skill set, please do let us know. And in the past, we have had our students present at the American Geophysical Union meeting and at other water management meetings, and we take them on travel when travel is a thing that we can do. So hopefully we'll be getting back to that sometime soon, and we'll be able to get them out into the world and interacting with the community, and likewise really discovering their own particular skill sets. All right, I'll stop there.
And I just wanted to add one more thing, because I saw a comment in the chat about high school students. So we are working towards an educational outreach program as well. This would focus on K through 12 students, and we would be focusing on students that are in the surrounding areas to Mammoth Lakes, so Lee Vining included in that. And we're hoping to get them out into the field, taking measurements, snow depth measurements, snow density measurements, field spectroscopy measurements, and really giving them a hands-on experience into snow hydrology. So that is also in the works. We are looking forward to hopefully rolling that out, maybe 2021 to 22 school year, if things go back to normal and we can do more things like that. So that is also coming our way. And we have a question. Question is, would a partnership studying the creek fire be possible? We have a number of forest ecology LiDAR students in our lab who are likely super interested. Tom or Kat, would you
let me find the mute button. Yes, that's absolutely. We are, in fact, I've got spreadsheets open and a document open over here behind the Zoom, working on getting the creek fire scar, once it's only a scar and not an active burn site, flown this fall. And so yes, absolutely, that would be great. And we try with our students, we work on their within team interactions, but also being able to bridge out into other disciplines, or working in an interdisciplinary way, is spot on with what we want to see. I mean, that's where, so I can't remember if I said it yesterday, but research is going to remain an integral part of the ASO program, because that's who we are. You got to hear the backgrounds of the team members yesterday, and I haven't added up how many journal articles we have among us, but I'm pretty sure that it's cresting about 200 peer-reviewed articles, and so the work that we do is is of course specific to building, continuing to build our structure within ASO, but also reaching out on the research side and being able to take advantage of these data and take advantage of the synergies. So yes, Liz, consider yourself committed with that, and we will do that. Thank you for volunteering.
Yeah, that sounds pretty awesome. All right.
And Peter's, let's see.
I can't see the comments at the moment since I'm sharing, so if there's more.
Yeah. Well, Peter had said, I'm excited to hear about the intern program. I am representing the forgotten Lee Vining High School students. Who forgot them, Peter? I haven't forgotten them. In fact, they've been doing great work on the glaciers in the vicinity, and in particular up, what was it, 2 weeks ago with Greg Stock, who's the Yosemite Park geologist and unofficial glaciologist who's brought back the program. But I think they were drilling the Dana Glacier to determine the present mass. And it's rather grim, even though we had 2017 and 2019, the mass loss that has been since 2015 remains quite large. So any rate, yeah, in the Lee Vining schools, which is what, Eastern Sierra, and even down to Bishop. And I was working towards creating what we were calling NASA Week here in the Mammoth School District, but also including Bishop and Lee Vining. But the bureaucratic machine of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory put a dent in the ability to pull that off. But now that we're free and clear of that machine, I think we're going to be able to do it once we can get back to it. And that will include bringing astronauts, scientists, and engineers to these smaller communities. And I think it's really important to bring the science and bring the technology to these communities, which are otherwise rather isolated from that kind of environment. And so we want to do everything that we can with ASO to bridge STEM into these schools and help these kids see that part of the world. All right.
Right. Well, yeah, and please come tomorrow at 9 o'clock and hear about what Will and Grayson have been working on for the last several months.
All right. So it is 9:19. We can be remarkably on time, and give Anne her full amount of time. I'm going to hand it over to Jeff. Jeff and I have presented to Anne in the past in her office in Washington, D.C., which is how we got to know her. And I will let Jeff introduce Anne.
Awesome. Yeah, so we are pleased to welcome Anne Castle as our first keynote presenter today. Anne is a senior fellow at the Getchys Wilkinson Center for Natural Resources, Energy, and the Environment at the University of Colorado Law School, where she focuses on Western water issues, including Colorado River operations policy, integration of water, and land use planning. From 2009 to 2014, she was the Assistant Secretary for Water and Science at the U.S. Department of the Interior, where she oversaw water and science policy for the department and had responsibility for the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and the U.S. Geological Survey. While there, she spearheaded the department's Water Smart program, which provides federal support for sustainable water supplies, and helped start the Federal Open Water Data Initiative. She helped stabilize funding for a continuous Landsat program and provided hands-on leadership on interstate, federal, and international Colorado River issues. And has practiced water law for many years, in particular with the Rocky Mountain law firm of Holland and Hart, where she chaired the Management Committee and Natural Resources Department. She is president of the board of directors of the Colorado Water Trust and serves on boards and advisory committees for Western Resource Advocates, Colorado Legal Services, the Salazar Center for North American Conservation, and Stanford University's Water in the West program, as well as the Colorado River Water and Tribes Initiative. And most importantly to us, Anne serves as a member of the Airborne Snow Observatories Incorporated Advisory Board. So a warm welcome to Anne. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Jeff, and good morning, everybody. It's very cool to be here. I was excited to be invited. I'm both a water geek and a data geek, so ASO is kind of a sweet spot for me. Tom mentioned this, but I think I first got to know about ASO in 2013 and paid a visit to JPL and got a lot of information, not all of which I understood, on the technology and heard about some of the early applications, and I was hooked. So I want to thank Tom and Jeff and Liz for doing such a great job in putting this workshop together, and all the ASO team. It's an amazing undertaking and made more challenging by our circumstances. So thank you for all the work that you've done. So you've heard yesterday about some of the applications of ASO for water districts, irrigation districts, water managers, and how ASO can improve forecasting and measurements of runoff. You'll be hearing much more about that as the workshop goes on the rest of the week. But what I want to talk about is the possible applications of ASO on some big river issues, specifically in connection with the Rio Grande and in the Colorado River Basin. Because having a better handle on what the runoff is going to look like can help us better manage even those really big systems. So we all know that water in the West is incredibly challenged by climate change, and supplies are scarcer, demand is increasing or at best stable. So our water systems have to be managed so much more tightly than they had to be in the past. It's a supply and demand equation, but the only thing we have control over is the demand. So in order to appropriately manage the demand, we have to have the best possible information about the supply. So I'm going to share my screen right now. And like I said, I'm going to talk about the Rio Grande and the Colorado. The forecasting that water managers have always done is always challenging. Not just forecasting the weather, which is incredibly complex, but forecasting more immediate events like runoff as well. And you all know this better than I, but there are a lot of drivers now that we didn't have to deal with in the past that make forecasting more challenging. There's more volatility, there's rain on snow events, there's beetle kill that changes the way runoff occurs, there's dust on snow. There's just all sorts of confounding factors that are making forecasting more difficult. So in order to figure out how ASO can achieve that mission that Tom talked about yesterday, empowering water managers to make the best possible use of this precious resource, I think it's important to also understand the legal and operational framework that some of these big river managers are operating under. So that's what I'm going to talk about. So first, let's look at the Rio Grande. You can see that we've got 3 states and the country of Mexico. The relationship between the 3 states is governed by a compact, an interstate compact, and the relationship with Mexico on the river is governed by a treaty. There's lots of stuff we could talk about in connection with the Rio Grande. Right now, the obligation for deliveries from New Mexico to Texas is being litigated in the US Supreme Court. And that's been going on for 6 years. And the court has only recently decided who the proper parties are and hasn't gotten to the merits. So we can expect a fairly lengthy litigation there. Down on the Rio Conchos tributary in Mexico, there's been an armed conflict with farmers in the state of Chihuahua taking over the dam, fending off the National Guard, all about water deliveries from La Boquilla Dam on the Rio Conchos. But I'm not going to talk about either of those things. What I'm going to focus on is the relationship between Colorado and New Mexico. Just up in the small portion of the Rio Grande Basin in Colorado. And that relationship is governed by the Rio Grande Compact, interstate compact that was entered into in 1939 among the 3 states, Colorado, New Mexico, and Texas. And like most interstate water compacts, it's complex, but the seminal provision for Colorado and New Mexico requires deliveries at the state line that are dependent on the annual flows at certain gauging stations in Colorado. And so whatever the annual flow is at those gauging stations, a corresponding amount has to be delivered at the state line from Colorado to New Mexico. What that means as a practical matter is that because the Colorado section of the Rio Grande is massively over appropriated, meaning that there's a whole bunch more water rights than there is water, in order to meet that obligation to New Mexico, the Colorado State Engineer has to curtail water rights in Colorado, shut them down in reverse order of priority. That's how the prior appropriation system works. And in order to do that, the state engineer has to figure out how much flow there's going to be on an annual basis at those gauging stations in order to deliver the correct amount at the state line. So obviously forecasting that annual flow is key to this whole administration. So the state engineer and the division engineer in this area of Colorado estimates annual flows from stream gauges, from forecasts from NOAA and NRCS, and then forecasts what the runoff is likely to be. And those estimates of annual flow dictate how many water rights in Colorado have to be curtailed. And there's a lot riding on that forecast, that estimate, because if it's too low, then users in Colorado are going to be curtailed and completely shut off from using their water rights that might not need to be if the estimate were correct. If the estimate's too high, then more water users get to divert initially, but the system gets short late in the season and the cuts have to be even deeper. So premium here on getting that estimate really close. So ASO has been used in the Rio Grande. It was used in 2014 and 2015, both to estimate what the annual flow was going to be in those years, but also to improve runoff forecasts for the future. So the question is, could ASO be used every year to provide more accurate forecasts and provide a more precise curtailment or administration of water rights in Colorado? It's obviously a cost issue, but as the costs go down, and you can see my dog in the background, as the costs go down and the value of water goes up, there's going to be a place and a time where the cost is worthwhile to use that method of estimating annual flows every year. So that's one application of ASO. Now I'll switch to the Colorado River Basin. This is kind of an iconic map of the basin. You can see that it shows 7 states that are part of the geographic basin of the Colorado River, a significant chunk of Mexico in the states of Sonora and Baja. A couple of things to notice here. First of all, this dividing line between the upper basin and the lower basin. The states of the upper basin are Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, and New Mexico, small portion of Arizona. And then the lower basin states, Nevada, Arizona, and California. And there's lots of use of Colorado River water outside of the geographic basin. In fact, for municipal purposes, the majority of use is outside of the basin boundaries. Particularly notice this point, Lee's Ferry. This is a gauging station on the Colorado River that is the dividing point between the upper basin and the lower basin. It's kind of the fulcrum of the river. And that's where delivery obligations are measured from the upper basin to the lower basin. So you probably all know the sound bites. The river serves 40 million people in the 2 countries, irrigates 5 million acres of land. There are 29 Native American tribes that rely on the river, 11 national parks, big, big chunk of the US economy. And a significant part of that is the recreational industry. This is an area where population is growing. It includes 4 of the 8 fastest growing states in the country. So there's a lot of pressure on both demand and supply. The law that governs this river is complex, but the basic math comes from the Interstate Compact that was entered into in 1922 by 7 states and the federal government. And that compact basically divided the river 50-50 between the upper basin and the lower basin, with the lower basin getting 7.5 million acre feet and the upper basin getting 7.5 million acre feet. There's some twists to that I'm going to talk about. In 1922, we didn't have a treaty with Mexico, but the framers of the compact anticipated that that might happen in the future. So they provided in the compact that if there was a delivery obligation to Mexico, that obligation would be split equally between the upper and lower basins. So there's lots of different issues that are addressed in the Colorado River Compact, but one of the most important is one that provides that the upper basin states cannot cause the flow of the river to drop below 75 million acre feet over any consecutive 10-year period. So can't cause the river to drop below 75 million over 10. And that's the provision that causes us to say that the upper basin bears the risk of shortage. Because if you can't cause the flow to drop below a fixed amount, that means that the lower basin states are getting that fixed amount. And if there's less water in the river, it's coming out of the uses of the upper basin. So meeting that obligation of not allowing the river to drop below 75 million over 10, it's obviously tied to hydrology. So if it's really dry, the natural flow isn't sufficient to allow that much to pass to the lower basin states. And Lake Powell has to be drawn down in order to make the required amount pass the gauge at Lee's Ferry. And if Lake Powell gets really low and doesn't have enough water in it to deliver that amount, then upper basin water users have to be curtailed in order to ensure that the right amount passes the gauge. And I'll talk more about that in a minute. So here's what the hydrology looks like on the Colorado River. This is a busy graph. It goes all the way back to the beginning of the 20th century and shows annual natural flows at Lee's Ferry. And natural flow means that the diversions upstream have been subtracted out. So this is a simulation of the amount of water that would have passed Lee Ferry if there were no upstream diversions. So obviously you can see that the trend line is going down. And if you look just at the stuff in yellow, sorry, my dog. That's the problem with Zoom. When you get a delivery, it's like all hell breaks loose. But we've got the yellow stuff is 1988 through 2018. And that's what the Bureau of Reclamation calls the stress test, because it's more recent hydrology. It's lower than the long-term average. And the average of that stress test period is shown in this heavy yellow bar, which is a lot lower than the long-term average, about 2 million acre-feet lower. And if you look just at the past 20 years, just the 21st century, it's even lower than that. So this is the period that we're in now that has been very, very dry based on long-term averages and clearly affected by climate change. And one of the big problems that we have is that it's expected to get worse. So this is a paper many of you may be familiar with. It was written by Brad Udall and Jonathan Overpeck about 3 years ago. And it correlates warming temperatures to decreased runoff and predicts that there will be a 20 to 30% reduction in Colorado River flows by 2050. That's as compared to the year 2000. And even more scary and hard to wrap your brain around, reductions by the end of the century, 35 to 55%. This theory and methodology has been confirmed in a more recent paper just earlier this year by Milley and Dunn. So clearly we have to prepare for a lot drier future. And a lot has been done in order to deal with this changing hydrology. There are a lot of different things that we could talk about here, but probably the two most prominent examples are operational guidelines that were agreed to and entered into in 2007. And more recently, just last year, the Drought Contingency Plan. And the Drought Contingency Plan, or DCP, builds on what was done in the 2007 guidelines. Lots of different provisions in both of these two agreements, but one of the most significant, especially for our purposes today, is a shortage sharing among the lower basin states and Mexico. And what is meant by shortage sharing is that under certain conditions, deliveries to the lower basin states and to Mexico will be reduced. And this is kind of a busy chart. The numbers themselves aren't important, but the concept is. And the concept is that when Lake Mead reaches certain low elevations, the elevations in this left-hand column, then deliveries to the lower basin states will be reduced by these amounts. So just as an example, if Lake Mead is between elevation 1075 and 1090, and this is feet above sea level. Arizona's delivery will be reduced by 192,000 acre feet. And then there's columns for each of the 3 lower basin states. This column is for the Bureau of Reclamation, which will create savings or pay for savings of 100,000 acre feet every year. Mexico's reductions are here. And these are pretty low Lake Mead levels. At 1090, Lake Mead is around 40% full. Below 1025, the bottom of the chart, oops, Lake Mead is something around 30% full. So this is Lake Mead getting down even lower than it is right now. So the forecasts are important here too, because Lake Mead levels obviously fluctuate during the year. The date that is important for the purposes of this chart is January 1. What is the Lake Mead elevation on January 1? But it's not the actual elevation on January 1. It's the elevation that is forecast in August of the previous year to be what Lake Mead will be on January 1. So forecast, very important. And as an example, 2 months ago in August, Lake Mead was forecast to be at elevation 1085 on January 1, 2021. So we are in this tier right now. Operations on the Colorado River will be reduced by this amount for Arizona, Nevada, et cetera. So forecasting that elevation is pretty key. Another component of the drought contingency plan is what they call drought response operations. The idea here is to maintain a certain safety level of water in Lake Powell. And the level that is targeted is 3525, again, feet above sea level. You want Lake Powell to stay above that elevation because when you drop below it, you start losing hydropower generation. And when you drop below that, there's not enough water in Lake Powell to meet that 75 million over 10-year obligation to the lower basin. So in order to maintain this target elevation of 3525 at Lake Powell, there will be releases from reservoirs further upstream that are shown on this map to the right. So Flaming Gorge, the Aspinall unit in Colorado, and Navajo Dam in New Mexico. Again, forecasts are key because the administrators, the state engineers, are not going to wait until Lake Powell reaches elevation 3525 and then start making releases. They are going to forecast when elevations get to those levels. Then finally, a component of the drought contingency plan that I want to mention is demand management. That is a scheme to provide conservation, conserved water that is voluntary, temporary, and compensated, shepherd that water down to one of the Colorado River System reservoirs, specifically Lake Powell, and then keep the water there as kind of a savings account that will help meet the obligations to the lower basin. There's not a demand management program in place yet in the upper basin states, but each of the 4 of them is examining, evaluating the feasibility of putting a demand management program in place. So again, to figure out how much water you want to have in this demand management storage account, you need to forecast what the levels are going to be in Lake Powell and what the hydrology is going to look like to make releases to the lower basin. So there's a lot riding on these forecasts. These are forecasts that are done by the Bureau of Reclamation. And specifically, they do a forecast every month that looks out 2 years, called the 24-month study, updated every month. And in that 24-month study, they forecast Lake Mead levels and Lake Powell levels for every month going out for the next 2 years. They also do a longer term forecast, 5-year risk of reaching critical levels in Lake Powell and Lake Mead. The forecast methodology that Reclamation uses is based on the best information available to them. And I want to say that Reclamation has very skilled, very experienced scientists and modelers who are doing these forecasts. But with any forecast, there are multiple assumptions that go into them. Some of this is looking out 2 years and 5 years. So you're looking at future weather and precipitation forecasting, but some of it is more immediate. And that's where I think the intersection is with ASO. In the 24-month study forecast of Lake Mead levels, this is where we get an August forecast of January 1 elevation in Lake Mead. And that, as we said, determines what the deliveries are going to be to the lower basin states. So big premium on getting that right, because if Lake Mead is estimated to be too low, or lower than what turns out to be the actual case on January 1, then lower basin deliveries are reduced, and that water just goes away. You don't get it back if the forecast was wrong. It also, the January 1 forecast determines releases from Lake Powell. And again, if the forecast is off, you might release more from Lake Powell than would otherwise be the case, depleting that upper basin savings account that Lake Powell represents. Now, there is opportunity for an adjustment to this forecast in April that can change the Lake Powell release. It only goes in one direction, it only gets bigger. It doesn't get smaller, but there is this opportunity right now, according to the rules, for an April adjustment. What happens if Lake Powell drops too low, and the level here that's critical is 3490. That's where the turbines are in the dam. So if you drop below the turbines, then no more hydropower generation. That's why they established that higher level as a target to try to create a buffer and make sure that Lake Powell doesn't go below the power generation level. But it also has implications for the delivery to the lower basin states. And if Lake Powell gets that low and is not able to release the required amount of water to the lower basin states, that's what's known as a compact call. And what that means is that the water administrators, the state engineers in the upper basin states, have to start shutting down water uses in the upper basin to create the necessary amount of water to be released. And that is a big, scary thing in the upper basin states. And it's one that is generating a lot of discussion right now about how to avoid it. And that's part of what's going on in the demand management investigations. If there were to be a compact call, what that means is that any water rights that are junior to the compact, so junior to 1922, could be completely shut off, and that would occur in reverse order of priority. As a practical matter, in Colorado, that means that all snowmaking water rights would be gone because they're relatively junior. We didn't start making snow until late 70s, early 80s, and that's a junior water right in the overall system. But there's also big trans-mountain diversions that could be at risk. Denver Water's municipal supply is about half from the western slope and is a Colorado River water right. The Colorado Big Thompson project, huge reclamation project in northeastern Colorado, is also at risk. So these are dire consequences from a compact call, which means that we really, really want our forecasting to be right so that we don't get ourselves in that situation. The Colorado state engineer has talked about what a compact call would mean and what he would have to do. And he said that he wants to administer the river very precisely with a focus on maintaining compliance, but not over delivering. So it's that same balance that we've been talking about in all of these different applications. Don't overshoot, because that means that you're cutting off water users in the state that don't need to be cut off. But don't undershoot, because you then won't be fulfilling your legal obligations. So I'm just imagining if the Colorado state engineer had information on runoff available to him with a 2% error bar, as opposed to a 10 to 20% error bar, what that would mean for water users in the state. There is opportunity now for incorporating better information and more current hydrologic capabilities into the system, because both the 2007 guidelines and the drought contingency plan will expire at the end of 2025. So reclamation right now is examining, evaluating how well the 2007 guidelines have worked. And one of the things they're specifically looking at is how well their 24-month study is predicting levels in Lake Powell and Lake Mead. So they're looking right at their hydrology forecasting, and they've issued a draft report, and one whole appendix is devoted to just that. How well are we doing with predicting these levels? The negotiations will start pretty soon for the next set of guidelines. They're scheduled to start sometime next year. And that's going to be a complex negotiation. And there's a lot on the table to deal with the changing hydrology in the system. There is discussion of having shortages or reduction in deliveries in the lower basin states, like that busy chart that we looked at, based not on Lake Mead levels, but rather on hydrology, like a 5-year running average with some prediction of what this year will hold. So forecasting could come into that. There's that April adjustment. That's not cast in bronze. It could be a May adjustment. It could be a June adjustment when you've got the potential for really good hydrology information from technology like ASO. So if better forecasts are available to us, and this goes for both the Rio Grande and the Colorado River Basin, that gives water managers more room to be creative about what they can do to operate the system in a way that adheres to the legal requirements. It gives them the ability to have less slop in the system and more precisely administer all the different water rates up and down the river. And it also could provide more trust in the water managers and the decision makers who are coming up with these rules. So those are some of the touch points in the Rio Grande and in the Colorado River Basin, where it seems to me that more accurate forecasting could mean closer adherence to the compacts that govern the relationships and better use of this increasingly scarce resource. So I will stop there, and maybe we can have some comments or questions.
Great, wonderful. Thank you, Anne. That was a fantastic summary of some of the big basin issues that are facing all of us, and certainly are in the sights of the ASO program as we work with our collaborators and constituents. We've got about 5 minutes or so for questions, and they've been pouring in the Q&A box.
Hey, Jeff.
I also want to encourage people to ask questions verbally as well. You can use the raise hand function in the bottom of your Zoom screen, and we can unmute you to ask a question.
Hey, Jeff, with the collection of questions and chat points that we have, I'm going to make an executive decision that we turn lunch into 45 minutes instead of an hour, and we slip the break 15 minutes just to accommodate this, because I know actually we could probably go an hour with the Q&A. But Anne, how long do you have?
I'm okay for the next half hour.
Okay. All right, let's go the next 15, 20, and because I imagine we'll take it all.
Okay. First up is a question from Matt Meadows at Kings River. How does the current Colorado River average flow compared to prehistoric estimates? For example, paleohydrology. Are the current conditions unprecedented?
There's been some work done on exactly that just recently, and it does appear that there was a similar hydrologic period back in the late 1300s, 1400s, based on tree ring studies. And there's been some work done on the incidence of mega droughts, which I don't know that I can capture totally accurately, but as I understand it, we have experienced these mega drought periods, like 30 to 50 year drought periods in the past. And of course, we're looking into this to see if what we're experiencing now is aberrational or not. There have been periods of mega droughts in the past, but the conclusion seems to be that because of increasing temperatures, we are increasing the risk of those megadroughts. And we're probably in one now that is very similar to this one around the time of the Anasazi in the 1300s and 1400s, but exacerbated and possibly extended because of warming temperatures.
Great. We've got a question from Peter Voister. He's got his hand up. Peter, can you unmute and ask away?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm interested in, hold on a minute. Can you hear me? I'm trying to unmute here.
We got you.
Okay, got it. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm interested in the work you're doing on data, transparent, open data on the federal level, and what you track on the state level. And do you see hydropower operations getting in the way of some of the data transparency that is needed for better operations? And in the case of California, that gets in the way because of the concern about gaming markets. Is that something you're seeing in the Colorado? And how do we overcome that need to be not interfere with hydropower operations, but still provide the data for operators and forecasters?
Yeah, you're raising an issue that I don't really have any insight on. I helped start the federal open water data initiative when I was at Interior, but it's gone far past me since I've left. I know that the hydropower generation numbers were a big concern in the Columbia River Basin particularly because of the pricing there, trying to integrate wind with hydro. And it was a big concern there. I'll tell you that this is a little off track from your question, but the state water data issues that were most prominent when I was dealing with this stuff was more about state uses of water, not for hydropower purposes, but for ag and domestic purposes. There were concerns about having that data being used against you in future litigation. There are concerns about population projections being overly optimistic for, you know, sort of your economic growth projections. But then when those translate into water demand, it makes it look like there's a bigger problem than there might really be. So those were the kind of issues I was trying to deal with rather than the hydropower side.
Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. A couple questions from Ann Nolan. One of them that jives with something I was about to ask as well. And she's asking how increases in precipitation variability affect operations in the Colorado and Rio Grande basins. And I was noticing in the stress test period as well, you know, you mentioned that it's a lower average, but that period also seems to capture quite a large range of variability in annual flows as well.
It does, yeah.
And how does that propagate?
Well, first, with respect to increases in precipitation variability, as I understand it, because the Colorado River flow comes primarily from the very high country in Utah, Wyoming, and Colorado, the climate change impacts on precip are less predictable. There may be more variability, but it's not as trendy as the temperature trends. And so the way I read the papers, it's the warming temperatures impact on runoff rather than precipitation impact on runoff that is the trend that we have to deal with. Because even though we have the most amount of storage in the Colorado River Basin of, you know, probably any river basin in the world, it's still not enough if our trend is always down and our usage is staying the same. So precipitation variability is not what is driving this train, from what I understand.
Great. Any other verbal questions out there? Remember to use the raise your hand button. Question from Sean Fleming. He says, if I understood correctly, it was asserted that comparatively very expensive monitoring technologies like ASO will grow more economically attractive as the margin between supply and demand narrows and the cost of water rises. But at what point does this simply shift us towards stronger investments in alternative water production technologies like desalination or more ambitious water conservation and efficiency measures?
Well, I don't know if I'm the right person to answer that question. I'm going to turn to some of you guys with ASO. But I think that in terms of alternative supplies, the water managers that I interact with are kind of making that calculation all the time. You know, how much is desal costing these days? The price there is going down. What is conservation costing us? And is that cost increasing as we cut demand further and further? So I think those cost benefit calculations are dependent on where you are, but it's also dependent on the technology as you point out. So I'm going to pivot that question to to Jeff and Tom and any others.
Yeah, I can. I'll add the analysis that's been done by the California Cooperative Snow Survey partners last year. Suggested that for the state of California program, at its full implementation, that annual return on investment average should be about 600 million a year for water supply only. So nothing about hydroelectric, nothing about groundwater replenishment, operational flexibility, political flexibility, on and on, and meeting environmental flows. And so
flood control.
Flood control, thank you. Yeah.
The floods that don't happen are hard to measure.
That's right. And so so the immediate return on investment is just for water supply is ballpark 40 to 1, and when you include everything else, then you're starting to crest 100 to 1. And with the momentum with the federal and state investments, then the notion of the very expensive monitoring technology starts to drop away, in that it becomes more distributed across the national infrastructure. So so there is that notion of, yeah, per basin and per customer paying for it, it can feel expensive, but when you turn it on to its return on investment, and likewise the broad funding of the program, then that begins to drop away.
Great. Thanks, Tom. Joe, do you want to ask your question, or should I read it for you? Joe's wondering if the lower basin and upper basin folks have aligned or divergent interests in regular ASO surveys in the headwaters.
I would say mostly aligned. Getting the forecast right and having it based on trusted information is important to the state water managers and their major users. There are some divergent interests in what that forecast is, but I think that the interest in getting it right, or getting it as close as you can get it, overcomes what could be opposing interests. There haven't been any fights between the upper basin and the lower basin about what the reclamation forecast says it's going to be the Lake Mead level in January 1. It's just accepted, which is great, because reclamation's data and methodology is trusted, but obviously it could get better. So I think that there's not likely, you never know, but not likely to be, one basin wants ASO forecasting technology and the other one doesn't.
Thanks. All right, I think maybe one more question. We'll look at Tom for time and guidance here, but Gus Goodbody's got a question. He asks, it seems like the physical hydrology is not in phase with the structure of the Rio Grande and Colorado River compacts. Has there been any serious consideration to restructuring or renegotiating the compacts to bring them more in line with forecasting and hydrologic realities?
Yeah, let me speak to the Colorado because it's the one that I know the best. Clearly, the framers of the compact thought there was more water there than is there today. And that influenced the provisions in the compact, the 7.5 million acre feet, lower basin, 7.5 million in the upper basin. Well, it's just not there. And there's been a book written about how the information was available to them, the framers of the compact, that is, that it might not have been there in 1922, but they ignored it. And, you know, even since the compact was executed almost 100 years ago, decisions have been made along that entire timeline that conveniently overlook the actual amount of water available in the river system. And the most prominent example of that is the Central Arizona Project. That was authorized in 1968. People knew pretty well at the time that there probably wasn't enough water in the river to support that project if you thought that the upper basin states were going to get 7.5 million acre feet, which they're clearly not. So you're right. The specific provisions of the compact aren't lining up with the hydrology. Does that mean we should renegotiate the compact? I think not. Because over the years, and examples of things like the 2007 guidelines in the drought contingency plan, that shows us that we can interpret the compact with enough flexibility to put operational arrangements on top of it and not have to renegotiate the whole thing. And the reason you do it that way is because you don't want to have to get congressional approval for a compact amendment. And it also makes states take positions that they wouldn't otherwise have to take if you're just negotiating an operating agreement. And that's been sort of tried and true in the Colorado River Basin. And I think that's what we'll see happening in the future. The Rio Grande is a different kind of animal because it doesn't have the same history of relationships and operational agreements as the Colorado River Basin. And there are some problems now that are embodied in this armed insurrection at La Boquilla Dam, that an operational agreement that provided more specificity about what the compact means and how we're going to operate under it, that could go a long way to alleviating this huge tension that we now see. So short answer is, I don't think we need to redo the compacts, but I think that there is a premium on getting the operational arrangements right.
Yeah, certainly an interesting challenge there. We hear that discussion frequently. I think, let's see, let's take maybe one more question here. Another one from Ann Nolan. She, to this point of multiple different factors, not just snow and precipitation, she's asking about recent wildfires changing forest density and forest water use, specifically evapotranspiration losses. Reducing forest density can increase snow accumulation, but may result in earlier melt. So some of these confounding factors. How might these changes in forest density affect reservoir inflows or stream flow? And she's advocating that this is an area that ASO can explore.
Let me just speak to a small part of your question, Anne, and then toss it to other people who know more about the implications for runoff quantity. But one of the biggest concerns here in Colorado, I know, is the impact of increased sedimentation into reservoirs and changing the chemical makeup of the water being taken into treatment plants. So, you know, we had a fire in Glenwood Canyon early in the midsummer that was really intense, and Glenwood Canyon is very narrow canyon that contains the Colorado River through the middle part of the state of Colorado. And as soon as the firefighters got out, they have forest management people coming in to try to stabilize the slopes and prevent or at least mitigate a lot of that debris and sediment laden runoff that will make its way into the river. So I've been thinking about the water quality aspects of the fires, but I confess I don't know very much about how the fire scars are likely to influence runoff. Do you guys?
We do.
Yeah. I mean, Anne's points about the potentially offsetting factors of increased accumulation when you reduce the forest canopy, increased solar load on the snowpack once you remove the forest canopy, having potentially opposite or confounding impacts. And evapotranspiration, we see this with the beetle kill as well, where the ET losses get shut down, but you can potentially have an overshooting compensation as the new forest starts to grow up. I think, you know, in my experience, the hydrologic signals of changes in forest canopy, forest density, and structure tend to be a bit muddied. Pardon the water quality pun there. And to me, it points to that we just need increased monitoring. You know, it's clear that simplistic models of how the forest responds or how the water system responds to forest change can't capture those kinds of effects. And so we need more monitoring, either for operational decision making, go ASO, but also for you know, building the fundamental data sets on which we can start to understand those processes.
I'll add the creek fire, which is burning up and over the pass here out to the west, it has burned up to about 10,000 feet elevation, and so much of I think we determined about 37% of the area in the San Joaquin that we fly has been impacted by the creek fire. And so Anne Nolan, and I'll just tell everybody that one of Anne's former PhD students, Kelly Gleason, did work on the sloughing of ash, and in particular black carbon onto snowpack post-fire, and showed the tremendous impact that has on snowmelt rates. And that has a declining impact as that mass drops off, but it does have a several-year impact. And so I'm really excited to see the ASO data over the San Joaquin this year, and make sure to let Kelly know and all the other researchers out there what an incredible data set that's going to be. And I'm looking forward to the discussion. I think it's tomorrow, from Lorna and others, about the potential program development in the Front Range of Colorado, to then be able to capture these fires that have been going crazy there as well, burning all the way over into Estes Park. All right.
Yeah, so I think, thank you, Anne, for staying on extra time here to answer all these questions. They're still coming in. We'll try to capture those and maybe address some of them offline here. And perfect segue into our research application session coming up after the break, a couple of different talks on forest structure, modeling with ASO data, in particular Adrian Harpold talking about water management in Western forests using ASO data. And as Tom mentioned, we've got sessions tomorrow on ASO in Colorado and a discussion panel on ASO in the Headwaters State. So thank you again, Anne, for your insights and presentation this morning. It was really great to have you here, and we so value your advice going forward with ASO.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
I wish we could create stadium noise for you as well, with applause. So
okay.
Why don't we do a 10-minute break and start up? That puts us what, only 15 minutes behind? Yeah. So,
sounds great. I'm going to throw the poll up as well. So
Right.
if anybody wants to start working on that.
all right. Can't wait to see what we have this time.
Great to see everyone in 10 minutes.
Yep.
Disneyland Splash Mountain. I love it.
You're not muted, Tom.
I know.
Okay, good. Just thought I'd
I
help
know.
there.
Yes, that might be a little silly. Some are kind of hard.
Wait, it's not Splash Mountain?
All right. right. It looks like we have Dave on. Do we have, I don't see Sarah yet. Okay, 10:31 here. What? 7:31 there, Tobias, right?
Yes, that's true.
Thank you
Oh,
for,
well, 6:30.
oh, 6:30.
We just had the shift to standard time back from daylight saving.
Ah, okay. All right, great. And it looks like we have most people still on here. Liz, anything that, any housekeeping before we head in?
No, I think we're good to go.
All right. Cristina, you're all set? Is she there?
Yeah, sorry, I have too many mute buttons.
I understand. Everybody does the lean and hunt. Lean and hunt for mute. All right, great. So this will be today's presentations, the talks. This will be research applications part 1. And I'm still not seeing Sarah on there yet, so we'll see. Maybe we're going to make up some time. So we're going to start with Tobias Jones from the SLF in Davos, Switzerland. He's right in the middle of dinner time. Fortunately, we could get him to stay up with us. And his talk is using ALS-based detailed radiation transfer dynamics to improve coarse-scale forest snow modeling applications. Tobias, you ready to share? There we go.
Do you already see my screen?
We can see it.
Awesome. Okay, well, thank you everyone for having me here, even if this is online, and I'd love to be with you. So I'll jump right into my talk. I think there was a perfect transition we had from the last point of discussion we had after Anne's talk this morning. So there's a cluster of 3 talks today on forest and snow in the forest, Keith and Adrian's, as well as my own talk. So I think maybe there are some answers to the question that were raised during this point of discussion earlier today. So as Tom said, I'm going to look into using ALS data to improve coarse-scale forest snow modeling, and coarse refers to anything that's coarser than tree level snow modeling. So it can be anything from, let's say, 50 to 1 kilometer, 50 meter to 1 kilometer, or even coarser than that. I would not want to start into my talk before acknowledging my co-authors. I present most of the slides that come from their work, obviously, and so please see Claire Webster, Julia Mazzotti, Johanna Mahler, and Richard ESRI, who are co-authoring what I'm presenting today. So we all know that snow cover in forest is complicated. It's showing a pronounced variability in space and time, and you see those colorful boxes surrounding some stuff that we are all aware of. So there's interception in the trees, changing the reflectivity. We have sunlit snow, we have tree shadows on the snow. We also have warm trees that change the long wave radiation balance. And all that are small scale processes that vary at the meter scale, and they are all interacting with one another, which makes predicting and simulating snow and forest quite complex. And this comes with some observational challenges, but obviously also with some modeling challenges as well. So one side of things, the technological challenge. So obviously, ASO folks are aware of how difficult it is to actually penetrate through dense canopy and get reasonable results out of forested areas. But then if you look at my sketch here on the left, there is some meteo stations in the forest, and where to place them. You have 1, 2, 3, 5 stations, but what exactly are those data from those stations representative of? Just those 5 points, or maybe a pixel, a site? And that's difficult questions if we consider how to make use of those data in terms to inform modeling. And sorry if I have to give that statement, but just measuring snow depths is not nearly enough information in order to have, let's say, sound modeling approaches for forest and snow. So we do need more than just getting great ASO data out of forest in order to predict snow, water, and meltwater release from those forested areas. So here comes the modeling challenges. You see those 2 boxes on the right, and you see that it's the same LAA, leaf area index, because it's the same 9 trees. But what happens if I arrange them spatially differently? Does that give the same snowpack on average for this pixel or not? Today we know that this is not the case, but then this also well, highlights the problem between the scale difference between observations that those stations are for individual pixels and a model grid cell. And this is what I would call the upscaling problem. And to go more in detail, so let's assume we solve all those problems of the complexity on this left-hand box here. How on earth are we going to bring that into model applications where we're looking at, for instance, here, top is all Switzerland, operational snowmelt model, or down on the lower part, you obviously recognize that this is something that should be familiar to the ASO family. Now, this is basically what I'm trying to at least shine some light on in my talk today. Now, it's fairly easy to go on a particular point, take some information, some data. In this particular case, we are looking at shortwave radiation modeling below the canopy, and so it's pretty handy and nothing fancy to take a hemispherical image, take a camera, take such a picture as is viewed on the top left-hand side of this slide, and you can also run around, take several of those images. If you have sound infrastructure for that, you can also take radiation measurements. See this example of our gimbal stabilized approach to take those measurements on the fly. But this is basically doing something on the point scale. And this is stuff that's been done since quite a long time. So you can calculate direct beam transmissivity directly from those images and put this in some sort of radiation transfer modeling and get something that resembles measured data quite well. Actually, Keith, who's talking today, is someone who has used that in, I think, 2012 in the context of snow modeling. And so this is nothing new at all. Things become more exciting if you do this, let's say on a more spatially distributed manner. And here you see one of our little toys that we developed over the past, a cable car system. If we look more in the detail, it has a wealth of infrastructure mounted to it. So up and down looking shortwave and longwave radiation sensors, hemispherical fisheye camera, as you may see in the top right-hand edge. It has air temperature, snow surface temperature, should there be some snow. And so it constantly goes back and forth to measure the temporal variability along a given spatial transect. And this is where things become a bit more, let's say, detailed in terms of what we can learn. So we're basically sampling in both the spatial and the temporal domain. Here, the left graph is what actually such a cable car data set looks like. So on the x-axis, you see the orientation along the transect. On the y-axis, you see the day starting in the morning at the lower bottom and then going all the way up to the evening. So basically, you see a diurnal cycle, and you see basically a spatial temporal pattern of shortwave radiation below the canopy for a given transect. And you see those beautiful patterns that basically reflect the movement of sun flecks and of tree shadows along this transect over the course of an individual day. Now, if you take hemispherical images with this camera along this transect, you can actually also do the same using radiation transfer modeling, using those tools that I quickly mentioned before, and you basically get identical or more or less identical results. So we can pretty much substitute at least the radiation part of such a cable car device by modeling approaches using those hemispherical images. The cool thing is you can also take many more pictures, not just one every 1 meter. You can take one every 10 centimeters, and you can also run your model with minute time interval, and you get a much more detailed information that would be possible with just measuring that, because you have a certain response time of those sensors, which limits somehow the resolution you have in the space as well in the time domain. And so basically modeling can fill all those gaps in, and you see even much more detailed patterns in those shortwave radiation information. Now, this is where the fun starts. This is the ASO workshop, so let's talk about ALS data. And here you can see a tile somewhere in a subalpine forest in Switzerland with some interesting forest structure. You see gaps, you see a road, and you may also recognize that this obviously is not raw LAS data, it's augmented LAS data. You see some stems that are typically not visible. This is stuff that you can actually use to turn into synthetic hemispherical images, as the one on the lower right. So basically, instead of substituting modeling for a cable car measurement, we can now substitute actually taking those hemispherical big pictures by just synthetically creating them from ALS data. And this is what I'm going to show now. Basically, here is the raw LAS point cloud data as we walk along any given transect through this point cloud data. And on the right-hand side, you see what it looks like if we do these augmentation algorithms, adding branches, stems, and whatsoever. So this looks probably a bit more photorealistic, and this is something that's greatly improves the results of the shortwave radiation, because you can see that there's a lot of artificial gaps that are not really there in the raw LAS point cloud data. And that's something that had at least helped us to get more accurate results if we zoom in at very high spatial resolution. So this is all quite interesting given a linear transect, but we can also do this in 2 dimensions. So here you have on the lower right results from a 2-meter resolution, complete coverage of a pixel or a larger landscape unit. You see the shadows in the shortwave radiation model results, and you see the counterparts of just images that come from a drone showing the shadows as they appear over the course of a day. And so basically you can see that we can actually track this down with fairly high accuracy. So this is something that I would call being solved, and it's quite efficient, so we can run this over fairly large areas. Now let's plug this into a snow model, because this is what we are concerned with. And so basically I'm trying to take a snow model that works, has a canopy module, and I'll just plug in this type of radiation transfer modeling into such a model. So you see a publication here. So if you want the details, just get it straight from there. Now, this is the top left plots, the top row in this plots is what you already should recognize from the cable car. These are those a long transect on the x-axis and the long daytime on the y-axis. And this is what you get if you not only look at the shortwave radiation, but also long-wave radiation, air temperature, snow surface temperature, those kind of things that you can measure with a cable car. So if you take standard approaches, when it comes to shortwave radiation, we use mostly De Beers approach for such standard radiation transfer modules in such forest snow models. And you see that there's maybe some match, but it's not quite right. So basically shortwave radiation is not as detailed as it should be. Well, that's for obvious reasons, but let's see what it looks like if we then now plug in the radiation transfer model. And this is what you can achieve. And the cool thing is that you not only solve the problem in the not representative shortwave radiation, but it also fixes a lot of, I call it side effects. Snow surface temperature looks much, much more comparable to the actual observation, which means that at least we get the energy balance at the snow surface probably quite right in order to achieve something like this. And this is probably a pretty good message for those people who are concerned with getting forest snow model right. And here it's important to note right for the right reasons and not necessarily just, replicating snow depths, but maybe for the wrong reason. So this provides some confidence that we're getting the processes in those models right. Now, in 2-dimension, not along a transect, this is a site in Sodankylä in Finland, where we've massively been walking around, taking measurements along those lines that you see in the aerial imagery. You see shortwave, longwave radiation, snow depths, all stuff taken in the last winter season. And well, this is all observed data, and we get the snow depths observations on the top right pretty accurately represented with our enhanced version of our snow forest modeling, plugging in this radiation transfer model. And I would like to point out this transect from 1, 2, 3, 4, those locations that are marked here. Location 1 is in the sunny part just inside the forest, so you get full solar loading on those, but you have some sort of shielding from long-wave radiation losses, which is the warmest locations, and you have the lowest snow depths in those locations. Then you have number 2, which is open snow. It's on the sunny end of a forest gap, but has long-wave radiation losses due to the open sky and the overhead. 3 is in the shaded part of that gap, even have more snow depths left by a certain period of time in the snowmelt season. And then you have something inside the stand, which is location number 4. So this is all the stuff we can resolve with these type of models. That's pretty a good sign. And now basically, if I coming back to the slide that I showed at the beginning, I think we can reasonably solve those problems associated with the left box here. And I confidently tick this off for now. The question is, how on earth do we get those processes that happen at the 1 meter scale into those large applications? I'm going to devote the rest of my talk to looking into how to effectively get this into those larger scale modeling. Now, this here is a pretty crowded plot. I would like to point out that, let's say here on the top hand, you see this hyper resolution model with 1 meter resolution or 2 meter resolution. You see all the trees. But what happens if we try to make this box one individual run, not 625 points where we have 2 meter resolution along a 50 by 50 meter plot, but just do that within one individual energy balance calculation. And there are 4 different strategies to approach this. The one is taking everything as uniform, as well the canopy and the snow cover. The second strategy would be allowing such a radiation transfer to cope implicitly with those inhomogeneities within the canopy, but averaging that over the grid cell, but taking the snow cover as homogeneous. The third is adding a snow covered fraction information to this modeling. And the fourth is actually coupling the heterogeneity in the canopy with those remaining snow covered fractions, so that the snow covered fraction is actually fed with exactly the shortwave radiation that impinges on top of those snow covered fraction and not averaged over the entire grid cell. So these are 4 different strategies. I have to keep in time and make sure I can give you more details on that. But what I would like to point out here is that we can test using the hyper resolution simulation what of those strategy is well successful by what means. And now talking you through this slide, you see on the top right, you see hyper resolution, the 2 meter resolution simulation, and what happens if we aggregate that into 50 meter boxes. Use the canopy height model to the right. And so if we were only able to replicate that with 1 simulation per 50 meter grid box, I think we should be pretty happy. And this is what's happening with pretty much strategy B, C, and D if we are just interested in peak SWE. but it requires at least the complexity of strategy C, which is including the fractional snow covered area during the melt phase in order to also get the snow disappearance right, which hints at getting the melt velocities and the pretty right. So there's some sort of a sweet spot. I would draw the line here. So if you're just happy with peak SWE, I think strategy B would be good enough. And if you also get the snow melt rates right, if this is important in your case, you should probably aim for strategy C, where strategy D is probably unrealistically complex for such a coarse grid simulation application. Now, this is also backing this up with more than just, let's say, evidence by example. This is many, many pixels over many, many years. And you see that strategy 3 shows a very, very good correspondence between hyper-resolution simulation, where you need 625 simulation per grid cell, and a single simulation in one single grid cell. So this is probably a good result if you're tasked with such coarser resolution simulations. Now, wrapping this up, practical implications is strategy 2 is needed. So detailed radiation input is really necessary. But the good thing is this can be calculated offline, so in advance, and it doesn't compromise the speed and the turnover time of operational application. I think this is a very, very big plus. And if you're into strategy 3, I think it's really important to get accurate estimates of fractional snow covered area, in particular in terms of forest structure and forest snow development over the course of the season. And here I really hope that ASO data sets will motivate the development of such new parameterization that are specific to forest and that also specifically involve forest structure metrics. And since strategy 4 is not needed, this is telling us that hyper-resolution models are not really necessary, and that coarse resolution model can implicitly at least represent the same level of details as we get from those hyper-resolution models. To stop my presentation with some sort of outlook, I think that within the next 12 or so months, we should have the radiation model, the radiation transfer modeling running at 10-meter resolution over the entire country offline, and this will feed into our operational snowmelt modeling by the beginning of next winter. I think this is some pretty realistic vision. So these improvements will make it into fairly large-scale applications, maybe Switzerland as large as one of your states, so not all US, but at least something that's important to us and relevant to us. And I think if I would want to close my presentation with any particular wish to the ASO community, or let's say a suggestion, I think such a radiation transfer modeling could also be set up for an ASO test catchment, also done that offline. And everything we've developed is actually not necessarily bound to a particular snow melt model. It can be applied to whatever model is used to turn over ASO data into snow melt. So it should also work with the ASO modeling framework. So when there are opportunity and interest is around, and there's an opportunity to collaborate on such issues with whoever is using ASO data for also modeling snow melt, then we are up for it, and we're interested to collaborate. So thank you all for listening to this presentation, and I'll have this one slide. I'll just go back to this, but for those who are interested in the science and the publication behind that, this is being recorded, so you can go back, and I'll skip the slide again, but I'll happily give those references to you if you're interested.
Tobias, that was great. Thank you very much. So I have a comment / question for you, and it may require some more effort, but we are decided that for our future snow-free baseline acquisitions for basins, we're going to work at 2 points per square meter or better, so this is a more expensive acquisition than our nominal acquisitions, which tend to be about 1 point per square meter. And so I know that will help in revealing the forest structure, but no doubt an augmentation will be required, continuing that. would you say that that we really should be moving to an even higher density of acquisition, say 8 to 10 points per square meter? Or do you feel like from a 2 point per square meter and better, the augmentation should be sufficient to then realize the proper rate of transfer?
Yeah, well, Tom, you're not asking for me to say, well, no, we don't need more data. So, obviously, as a scientist, more data is always better. But maybe of note, we work on alternative solutions to get radiation transfer right with different types of data. And one of the things we're currently investigating, that's particularly the work of Claire Wexter, one of our co-authors in this work here. She's involved with trying to also get radiation transfer successful over those aggregated spatial scales from canopy height models. So not LiDAR, but canopy height model. And I think the 1 meter resolution canopy height model should probably be fairly accurately developed based on point cloud densities of 2 to 5 points per square meter. This is, well, requires more let's say, modeling of the gaps that are not contained in the canopy height model, but we have procedures, and these are also procedures that can be trained based on individual, test areas where we have higher density. But this is something that we're probably going to also use when we run our simulation for all Switzerland. So this is probably not going to be based on LiDAR data, but on canopy height data at 1 meter spatial resolution. And if you think that you get a fairly accurate canopy height model at 1 meter resolution out of whatever acquisition you envisage in the future, I think we should be okay.
Okay, all right. I mean, the fortunate thing is that with the multiple snow-on acquisitions, as long as we don't have, for those acquisitions when we don't have snow in the canopy, then those are additional points into the forest structure. And so we can bring those, we can fuse those together as we've done with Antonio Ferraz, who was a postdoc of ours at JPL a couple of years ago. So we can begin to build that higher point density delineation of the forest.
Yeah, I think here in Davos, all thumbs up are really up if it comes to the fusion of those acquisitions which snow off from the canopy. That is probably a very, very interesting avenue for getting those high resolution data at, let's say, limited costs, because you can, if you fly multiple times, you'll probably get to a higher density over the course of those multiple flights. So this is something we're very much looking forward to receiving data like this to play around with.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So Dave Rizzardo, as he says here on his title slide, is the hydrology branch chief at the California Department of Water Resources. Those of you who were on yesterday saw him in the panel with Mike Anderson. He's been back from the State Water Project over to the hydrology branch for about a month now. And his full existence has been almost entirely Airborne Snow Observatory program for the state. So we'll just keep that rolling for him. Dave, take it away.
Well, good morning, everybody. And again, nice to be back in the world of hydrology, away from contracts for the water project, but it was a good learning process. So I have the honor of being right in the middle of 4 other very technical, wonderful presentations, and mine is not, but that's okay. I've accepted my life now as the pointy-haired boss from the Dilbert cartoons, although I think I'm a little bit better at computers than he was. But really what I want to focus on today is, Tom and I talked about this years ago. He comes from more of the research background. I don't, but there's so many great projects out there that start from the research side and fall flat at the doorstep of the operational side. And so we've struggled with that for years, and how do you take these projects, how do you make them operational? And so along has come this water resilient portfolio in California, and of all the different governor's plans and things that I've seen over the years, the one thing I do like about this one is I think it provides a little bit more clear roadmap across a broad spectrum of water related and climate change related projects. And so how can we use that? How can we use that to advance the research into the operations? And I think yesterday you got a good sense of what's going on in California for many of our partners and the challenges we face. And so I'll give a little touch on that as well. So kind of a brief outline. I'll give a very brief overview of what the portfolio is. And I want to touch on what the traditional roles of the hydrology branch have been, just to give that understanding of what we do, because that's really having to change now with climate. And then diving back down into the portfolio itself, and as I said, how we can use that as a roadmap to sort of guide some of where we need to go and what values we need to look at. And then kind of touching on the status of the program here in California as it's evolved over the last 7, 8, 9 years. So here is an overview of the portfolio. Put a little link up there for you. But as you can see, it's a collaborative effort across a couple of the agencies in California, the Natural Resources Agency, under which DWR lies, the Cal EPA, for example, the State Water Board is there, and then the Department of Food and Agriculture. This was a collaborative effort brought together. It was trying to build a comprehensive strategy to build a climate-resistant water system and healthy waterways through the 21st century. And to really summarize it, it wants to identify and assess a suite of actions that ensure safe and resilient water supply, flood protection, and healthy waterways, so clean water for folks. And obviously the department and my branch hit on 2 of those, water supply and flood protection. So we'll show you this seasonal approach, if you will, to the traditional, what I call traditional hydrology branch duties. So across the top here is kind of California's climate, right, at a snapshot. And what you see is right now, in fact, we have just now entered what we call our flood season. That goes through mid-October all the way to mid-April. So somebody has defined when floods should happen in California. And if they happen outside that range, I don't know if we don't call them floods, we call them accidents, I guess. But nonetheless, that is our flood season. And not surprisingly, it's sort of we get into motion here before we get into the wettest months, which are December, January, and February traditionally. And you see I kind of color coded, mid to late November and early March, because obviously we still get the good storms that come in during those periods. And then as we move in around April 1st, we always say, well, traditionally, gosh, I've been saying this now for 18 or 19 years, traditionally our peak snowpack is right there on April 1st. And I'm not sure if I've actually ever seen it happen on April 1st, but that's kind of our window. And then we go into our melt season, and of course, very dry. And I do appreciate the previous talk. It's nice to see a lot of the advancement that's going on. My first exposure to the Climate Prediction Center had to be about 2002 or 2003, where they came out and they gave a presentation that they struggle and say, well, we really struggle with predictions during the winter and springtime in California, but we're really nailed it in the summer. It's hot and dry. And I was not sure what to think of that. So it's been a long time, and I know I understand it much better now, the struggles that are going on. But getting back here into our duties, so what you can see at the bottom half here is kind of our traditional duties. Data monitoring for us is year-round, and I've tried to highlight that just a sample. The branch has its pulse on so much data: precipitation, river stage, calculating full natural flows, reservoir inflows, delta tides. Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta is huge to us here, and other hydrologic data. That can be hourly, that can be daily, it could be a weekly total, it could be a monthly total. There's a lot to process. And most of it comes in through the California Data Exchange Center. And then we really start monitoring the snow December through June. It just depends on when the snow really comes in and how long it stays there. We've obviously had to go to July in some years. Any day now we could get that first dusting of snow. Does it really stick around? You know, these are kind of the shoulder seasons, if you will. But so that's the data monitoring. Below that are our actual different sections in the branch. So I'm the branch chief, and these are the different sections. We have a river forecasting section, and you can see lines up perfectly with that flood season is when they start going to a minimum of 2 river forecasts per day. And that's a statewide duty. That's all the way from the North Coast watersheds that drain out to the Pacific, all the way down to the desert regions, through the valley, you name it. It doesn't matter. 2 river forecasts a day. They can ramp that up to 4 per day on a 24-hour cycle if we're in a high water event. And there's a lot of other stuff the river forecasting section does, but I just wanted to make it simple enough to explain that there's this period then in the summer when we're outside of flood season that they can go into a calibration and training and focus on, you know, sharpening the tools. Our reservoir operations support group, I put the asterisks there because they're no longer in our branch. They used to be a couple years ago, but we sort of reorganized. They're in more of an operational or decision support branch now, but we're still very tight at the hip. And again, traditionally, you can see based on the season, they're kind of going through flood exercises right now, reservoir operation exercise, a lot of coordination and how that's going to happen. If we had to release water from multiple reservoirs at once that all end up draining to the same point, how do you do that? We're going into the season, well, we have been, and again, if you're cringing out there as a reservoir operator, I got this wrong. This is just to be a generalization. But this is our time of the year when the reservoirs are drying down. They need to vacate that space so that we get into the winter time, they can have the maximum flood control space available to them based on their operational curves. And not surprisingly, we get into the spring, peak melt's happening, so they're starting to fill, and then they try to maximize their storage over the summer. Our snow surveys program and our water supply forecasting groups, again, it's a year-round project. The joke I used to get is, well, what do you guys do in the summer? You must be twiddling your thumbs. But there's so much data, as I talked about earlier, that, you know, in the fall and the summer, they're really doing a lot of verification and calibrations and processing that end of water year data and moving into, you know, verifying the full natural flows. But coming around December 1st, we'll produce our water supply index forecast. There's 2 of those. There's the Sacramento Valley Index and the San Joaquin Valley Index. Those look at a water year runoff total, and it's an index value that influences water rights and water allocations. And then corresponding with when we have the bulk of the snow course measurements happening, some of those happen on January 1st, but the full 260 courses or whatever statewide, those start by February 1st. So not surprisingly, that's when we started Bolton 120. That's the April-July runoff forecasting product. And we continue to do the water year supply forecasts as well. Those are issued the 1st of each month, and then weekly updates all the way through to early June. There have been times we've gone into July, depending on the year. And also part of the snow surveys program is securing the permits so we can get out in the field and do the work we need to do for the on the ground measurements, organizing our cooperator meeting, which is coming up here in a couple weeks, organizing snow course measurement training, a lot of invoicing for our program. And then the last group down there is that statewide monitoring network. So this is your traditional in the watershed, on the ground measurements. And again, right now we're kind of wrapping up our maintenance or installation season. That begins again in July. And then there's a lot of processing of the maintenance logs and reports and documenting, and they're going to go into a procurement season here and calibrating their instruments. And then we do have a lot of sites over in the coast. They can usually get to those during the winter time. In between storms because snow accumulation isn't an issue there. So I want to bring this up because this is our traditional workload. This is what we do, but we all know the climate's changing, and with that, our roles are having to change. And so I just threw some graphs together. They're not meant to be overanalyzed, but we know with climate change, we've got greater year-to-year variability. And some of the things that impacts, as we all know, it's a huge strain on water management and planning. It's a huge strain for the folks behind the scenes trying to calibrate models. This is the Feather River full natural flow summary. And I'm just zeroing in on the last 10 years, and you can kind of see just we go well above normal, well below normal, well back above normal, well back below normal, and it's just a zigzag pattern. And sure, the previous 40 years of the record shows that too, but it shows it less up and down, less back and forth variability, if you ask me. And it's just been an amazing challenge to forecast these last several years with that. The greater extremes, the record heat, the record droughts, the record rainfall that we're seeing, again, this isn't meant to be a comprehensive list, but we know it causes a strain on the ecology and habitat. Tree mortality, how many times did we talk about that in the last decade? And now we've seemed to accelerated that by lighting it on fire, but it's a huge thing. Soil moisture changes, and again, on the modeling side, just one impact with these extremes is we're just losing that ability to correlate to similar years. That was so important for us 10, 15 years ago to say, well, this seems to be shaping up like, 1982 or 1987 or 1964, whatever. And being able to look at the pattern of how melt or runoff came during that time and link it up. And we just having these greater extremes. In 2015, when we had the absolute worst snowpack on record, there was no correlation to previous years. And you're getting into the situation where you're forecasting the lowest April, July by far in any watershed. And in the heat of the moment, there's a lot of doubt that you're actually going to publish that out to everybody because you have nothing else to go on. So it is a huge struggle. But anyway, this is just a chart of the 8-station precip index for the Northern Sierra, and it just shows you in the last several years the range that we've had, as one example of that year-to-year variability. But also, I mean, we've had years in the last 10 years that rivaled the wettest and rivaled the driest, and none of them happen to be right around that nice blue average line, by the way. So when I stepped back into this role a month ago, I knew fires were an issue. I didn't realize it was going to redefine how my branch has to do its work. This is a couple days out of date. So the creek fire has now moved to number 4 on the all-time list and growing. It may get to number 3. But in yellow these are the top 20 wildfires in California history. And in yellow are all the ones that are this year. I actually was going to sit here and go, okay, well, the orange ones are the ones that happened in the last 10 years and then, or 5 years or what have you. And then I started thinking it's easier to just gray out the ones that actually aren't since 2000, which is only 3 of them. So this is, changing the soil. It's just changing the baseline condition, not the modeling. It's changing the conditions under our feet, which of course is changing the baseline conditions. It changes the runoff timing and intensity. Several of us, Tom included, have been just working around the clock trying to get a document together on this creek fire to get updated LIDAR so our models can have half a clue of what might actually happen this year. And that's a very serious thing. Creek fire is one, you see there's no deaths related to it, but that's deaths related to the fire. If we have a heck of a winter this year and Millerton just cannot contain those flows because of the changes that we're seeing in the watershed, there's a very good likelihood you have threat to life downstream. So the role in hydrology branch has to consider this now. We've now become fire forecasters or fire responders or however, helping out the teams that really have to be on the ground dealing with that. The greater variability within the year, that's season to season. So there's just so many impacts there as well. Interseason accumulation and thawing of the snowpack makes it really hard to measure snow breaking through ice layers upon ice layers upon ice layers, which compromises the data. There's just uncertainty in the reservoir operation. So look at, I got a couple graphs down here below. Here's water year 2011. This is in the Feather River. December came in at 207% natural flow. And then if you add January and February together percent-wise, I mean, you can't do that in terms of volume, but you don't even get anywhere close to that. So going into the first of the year, you've got, oh my gosh, you know, we got full reservoirs. What are we going to do? And then just 2 really, really dry dry months. All right, I guess it was a dud. And then whammo, March, April, May, June, July, August, all above average. Very hard to manage reservoirs. That was a very late flood response season for us. Snowmelt floods were a big reality in the Central Valley down south of Sacramento and around Fresno and Bakersfield. Then you look at water year 2016, which I think came about average if you shook it all out, but very, very dry fall, pretty good January. It's like, okay, winter's here. About an average February, but not quite. And then this huge March. Oh gosh, we got the Miracle March. The Miracle March is going to save us. Well, that might have happened from a water supply, got us closer to average for that year, but look at the absolute drop off right after that. So again, if I'm a reservoir operator, I have no clue what's going to happen next. And then looking at 2018, again, you just, you know, really wet November. So, okay, are we off to a good start here? And it almost dud during our 3 wettest months of the year. And then all of a sudden it turns back on a little bit. People, I think, were hoping for a miracle March then as well, and not quite. But it just shows you this is all in the last decade, that season to season variability, at least from a runoff perspective. So I showed this earlier, and I'm not going to go over it again, but now I'm going to show you what it looks like more realistically these days. So on the climate side of things, the wet season is now a checkerboard because it could be wet, it could not be wet, it could be wet back and forth each month. That peak season, peak snowpack now really extends all over the place. And again, it could be back and forth. We could have, you know, a really low snowpack year, and then all of a sudden we get this late April blizzard that just drives things up. And the peak runoff has really extended well into March. And again, that checkerboard, because we just don't know. And I've entered fire season now as part of one of our expected climatological events. Data monitoring, I'm having to ask my river forecast team right now on a daily basis if they can monitor fire weather and debris mud flow possibilities. You know, monitoring the potential of a debris or mud flow goes something like this. It might rain over that watershed and we won't really know the intensities until they're happening. That is, if the gauges haven't burned up and disappeared. I mean, the bear teams and the work teams are doing amazing work, but we are really blind to those conditions. And it's asking our team to do stuff they're not really trained to do. So we're learning that on the fly. But you can see for river forecasting, it's pretty much gobbled up most of their calibration season. Res ops, again, they're checkerboarded because of what's happening with the snowpack and the conditions up we see above. And you get into these extreme events where the reservoir operators are having to manage for drought more often than not, and severe droughts. Water supply forecasting, people are asking for water year outlooks much earlier and more often. And then you get down to the monitoring network, and can we actually get in and make these repairs because there's fire, there's smoke, there's air quality, there's everything else going on. So a big impact to our program. So as I said, this portfolio is helping us provide a little bit of a roadmap to this. And unlike previous plans that, you know, they were useful, they didn't necessarily provide a roadmap. So, you know, starting way back up there at the top right, you've got, these are some of the the principles that are outlaid in the portfolio. You got, and I've summarized them, kind of grouped them. They're looking for multi-benefit approaches to meet multiple needs. They really got to be strategic in how we accomplish this. Utilizing natural infrastructure, forests and floodplains to help with water supply and recharge of aquifers and so forth. Integrating investments across agencies and encourage regional solutions and strengthening partnerships. I think that's something we already do fairly well, but there's always room for more. Incorporating successful approaches from around the world. Good to hear from Switzerland, so I can check the box right there. No, but you know, reality. I mean, this is something we need to do. We got to get out of these silos, both within our state, within our country, and learn. And the big one here is embracing the innovation and new technologies, which is where ASO really fits in. So diving down even more within those priorities are actions. And again, this is why I like it. They spelled it out for you. If you're really confused, go ahead and dive into that portfolio. You're going to see hundreds of actions, and they're very explicit. The two that most affect the hydrology branch are 27.3, which is essentially implementing forecast-informed reservoir operations, FIRO. And this is a whole suite of activities in improving gauging and monitoring in the upper watersheds, to providing tools so reservoir operators can help work with the Army Corps to possibly modify their reservoir operation manuals based on the fact that the modeling and the forecasting can get better. So again, it's really huge that we're able to establish monitoring, whether it's on the ground, aerial remote sensing, whatever it is. And then 27.4 is utilizing emerging technologies and partnership, calls it out. Improve forecasts of precip, seasonal snowpack, and runoff at all time scales to support more efficient water managers now, and the impacts on climate change for flood and drought. That's pretty much the duty slide that I showed you that my branch does, and others in the department do as well. So we have to respond to this. You know, there's some other actions out there. So 27.3 and 27.4 were obviously under the main theme of Action 27. Here's some others to consider. Action 9, help regions better protect fish and wildlife with timing and quantity and volume of flow. 10, reconnect the aquatic habitats to help fish and wildlife endure drought, climate change. 11 is support the expansion of wetlands to buffer floods. I'm mentioning these because these are on the peripheral of what my group does, but our partners do, and others in the department do. 22, modernize data systems. 25 and 26 deal with regional planning and preparedness for floods and drought. That's supposed to say 28 and 29, sorry. Improve coordination between state and non-state agencies. A lot of questions yesterday. Hey, all this need for LiDAR, can't we all work together? Well, actually the portfolio is telling me we should be, and not just state agencies, but non-state agencies, our local partners. And 30, we need to unify to pursue those funding sources. So real quick, you know, what does the program look like in California? There was a lot of time spent on this yesterday, so I don't want to take up too much time, but you know, it's been active since about 2013 with the first measurements in the Tuolumne. We were under the umbrella of the NASA program for quite some time, and there was some funding thrown in for NASA and DWR and I think some our local partners. We're very active right now. How did the Tuolumne get dropped out of that one? Oh, well, the Tuolumne is listed above. But in addition to the Tuolumne, we've got the Merced, San Joaquin, Kings, and Cahuilla are very active participants right now. There was talk about the Mono Basin yesterday as well. And then the best way to characterize the funding of the program has been just sort of unstable and whatever dollars we can find and scrap together. And that's really one of our problems. This general fund from DWR, some forecast coordinated operation grants. We've been very thankful to have those, some local funding, NASA funding, you name it. Whatever we can find, we try to throw it out there and make it stick. So the quest for stable funding, this was mentioned yesterday. Tom mentioned there was in California Senate Bill 487. It's basically, to recap what he said, this is great, except go find money. So we did. We went through the state's budget change proposal. We got earmarked dedicated funding to support the remote sensing, amongst other things. And it got all the way to the goal line, and then COVID hit, and that football is not crossing the plane. Upon further review, it failed. So I don't think it was a failure. Just it's a failure in the sense we didn't get the money, but it obviously brought us right to that doorstep, and there was a lot of support for it. So I don't know yet what part 2 will look like, but hopefully it doesn't look like failing at the goal line. So we're having to take a little bit of a step back. We need to really get around and establish this program, not only for funding, but going back and using the cooperative snow surveys program, the historic snow course measurements as a guideline, establishing DWR as the lead for this program, working with our partners to advance the modeling, the data analysis. Again, this is kind of where that research is hitting the operations, and my group just isn't as agile right now to accomplish that on their own, but we've got a great cooperative network that's doing amazing work. We need to just learn from each other and borrow tools and apply them and help move it forward. As I mentioned, the funding sources are kind of everywhere right now. So over the next couple of years, we need to coalesce those back into a cohesive operation. And establishing a data management and storage solutions. Traditionally, we've kept all of our data on the California Data Exchange Center, but now we're talking about immense quantities of data, and how do we do that? We've had some great conversations in the last week about that. So establishing this, and then working on this steering committee and an executive committee to help tackle these challenges. Have an open forum. I mean, that's really important to us, is that, you know, every one of our watersheds is so different and so unique and has such unique challenges. We have to understand that so we can grow and establish some core values together. So going back to these slides, I mean, these are the pathways to get to those core values that this program needs to have. I'm not going to read these again. I already kind of explained them, but you know, here on this version of it, I kind of put in red, you know, the habitat stuff. Well, that's the San Joaquin River Restoration Program that Chad's talked about. You know, expansion of wetlands and buffer floods. That's the Flood MAR program. Modernizing the data systems, getting the real-time, you know, integrating remote sensing into our real-time and ResOps forecasting needs beyond the seasonal forecasting. Preparing for droughts and floods. This is integrating the weather and climate forecast with improved monitoring that Mike Anderson probably talk about in the next day or so. And improving the coordination. Steve Haugen mentioned yesterday, you know, breaking that silo mentality. I mean, he speaks the words that I feel too. I mean, we've got to jump into each other's world a little bit and understand how we can improve that coordination so that we can pursue the funding. The snow-free folks out there, or the non-water interests. Peter mentioned quite a few yesterday too that we've thought about. So this is all very important to us. And avoid falling penguins if you can. So in the future, we would like to do all these watersheds in California. And, you know, when you really need the job done, you got to hand the football to the right people to get you past the goal line. I will admit I chose that because I, one, Dolphins fan, and two, if you're not a Patriots fan, you hate the Patriots. So everybody loves me for that one. But I mean, that's kind of, you know, the conclusion I have there is we are trying to get this program off the ground. I remind everybody that, you know, the manual course program took a long time to establish, and we're kind of reliving some of that now. And I think we've got a great team that can do it, but it's a great challenge ahead. And in seeing all the development of the technical side, you know, it gets us excited so we can try to tackle these here in California.
Great, Dave. Thank you. We do have one question, and that is from Jolyn Lee. saying, Dave, have there been many snow courses and automated snow gauges lost to the fires?
Well, yes, there have been a few. One of the most important ones is the Green Mountain snow sensor up about, what, 8,000 feet or so in the San Joaquin, Northeast San Joaquin Basin. It stopped transmitting. We happened to get a crew in there last week, and they took a picture of a pile of rubble and melted aluminum to verify that it's gone. So they're trying to see if they can get it next week and get something in. But we still have to go through permitting to do all that. The snow courses are a trickier thing. It's a great assumption that, you know, where the intense burn areas have been, the courses have been altered, you know, in terms of canopy and vegetation and soil. Obviously, there's no infrastructure other than, you know, signs and poles at most courses. But what's more troubling is the access to get into, you know, where we ski or snowmobile into a lot of those courses. The roads or the bridges that get you there are gone or compromised. And so that's going to take us a while to assess the actual impact on the manual surveys. But we're still quantifying that, Jolene.
So I'll just say, while Adrian, let's switch over to getting Adrian up there, that we have been, as Dave mentioned, we've been struggling, not yet having the sustained funding yet. But on the other hand, the fact that we started 7 years ago, and that we've gone from a research and demonstration activity. In fact, years 1 through 3, I still have them listed in my directory structure as DM1, DM2, DM3, which was demonstration mission 1, demonstration mission 2, and that we migrated over to, as Frank would often put it, and I think Dave and Mike do as well, that it has become operational critical, and so now we're getting frustrated. Come on, let's get that sustained funding going. But considering all that, I think we're doing pretty well. But it is really great to have Dave back and at the helm of the hydrology branch. So thanks much, Dave. All right, next up is Adrian Harpold, who is another friend of to the program. Adrian's an associate professor in the Natural Resources and Environmental Science Department at the University of Nevada, Reno. And he's going to talk on improving water management in Western forests using ASO. Adrian, take it away.
Great. And you guys can see me and hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you, Tom. And thanks to Team ASO for the invite. And it's just a great lineup of speakers. And yeah, I'm happy to be here. I think I've also been set up well, both by Tobias's talk about forest snow interactions, and then Dave's talk just now about some of the management needs. So I'm going to take us to the forest, which I am going to argue is where the snow is. And I want to make mention of my co-authors with this. I'm at a fun stage in my career where I have students and postdocs. So Sebastian Crow is a postdoc with me, and Hamide and Aiden are PhD students, and I'm working more with Gabrielle Boardman at the Desert Research Institute, and have been working with Patrick Broxton at the University of Arizona for quite some time. And a wide range of other folks, but these are the people I highlight in the talk. So I am going to bounce back and forth between sort of the Colorado Rockies and the Sierra Nevada and California. I came from Colorado as a postdoc, so I have some roots there. And now my research is really focused in the Sierra. But I don't have a figure like this for the Sierra, so I had to go back to this old figure. But the point I'm trying to make here is through physics, the places that tend to be wet are also cooler, sort of orographics and lapse rates. And these are the places where trees and forests tend to establish. And that's what these figures are trying to show you, is sort of the overlap between snow in blue and green forests. And then you need to have forest disturbance. But as we've been talking about, there's a lot of forest disturbance going on in our forests. You could make a figure like this, and I'd like to for California, that I'm sure would show something similar in terms of insect mortality, drought impacts related, and fire. And people think this is going to get worse, and it's hard to sort of think about what worse, could look like. As other people have been speaking to, we had just this incredible set of fires in Northern California this summer, and then just in the last week or so, these fires in Colorado are probably affecting people on this call. So very much in the news, and I'm going to try to make it relevant to all the things we care about as sort of the ASO community here. So I argue that my work and what I'm going to present on today is really at the interface of basic and applied research, because we have applied questions coming from managers and policymakers, but then we have these basic research conundrums or challenges that we need to solve. And so I'm kind of having this interplay between the observations we use, which can be remote like LiDAR, that can be in the field, the models that we use to make predictions, all sort of interfacing with the needs we have for those predictions. And I'm going to try to scope this talk in terms of sort of two types of planning. Multi-year planning, which has really been the focus of my forest management and snow work, as well as sort of more seasonal to sub-seasonal planning, which is really more of what ASO has been doing with a lot of their work. So these questions, you can read them for yourself, but how is disturbance and management going to affect our water? And how do you manage a forest to get more water? And I think LiDAR can fit into this. We can take LiDAR before a disturbance, after a disturbance. We can use our models. We can use other observations to get at things like the water budget and stream flow amounts. Even carbon budget is important for these management challenges. And then there's the seasonal to sub-seasonal planning questions, which get to how these forest disturbances from either natural or sort of management activities alter things like reservoir inflows, peak flows, flood management. And LiDAR pieces into that somewhat differently, where you really are more in a need for sort of a near real time. And there's different ways to then bring models and data sets together through data assimilation and merging. And these are the things that the ASO group have been doing, I think, from a sort of seasonal to sub-seasonal water supply forecast. But as the previous talk was suggesting, these have influence. The forest effects, the disturbance, the fire effects have influences at those scales of prediction as well. I am going to mostly focus on the multi-year planning because that's really where my work has been, but I'll discuss a bit of the needs on the shorter timescales. So I'm going to blow through this pretty quick because Tobias did such a nice job setting this up. But there's these counteracting processes that forests have on snowpack below them and near them. And what that means is that when you remove the snowpack or add more, remove the forest canopy, or you get more forest canopy, say through tree growth, you have large effects on accumulation and ablation. So generally when you have less canopy, you get more snow accumulating and a greater ablation, so faster melt rates when you have forest disturbance that removes the canopy. But as Tobias was showing, and I'll show too, there's a tremendous amount of variability around these sort of central tendencies. And when you think about managing specific pieces of land, that variability could be really important. And that's going to be sort of my central thesis for a lot of this talk. So a favorite LiDAR figure I have from Niwot Ridge, I'm sorry, Tom, it's not ASO, it's INCALM data, which is a group I'm associated with that's NSF funded. That could be a partner for, say, maybe snow off flights. This data is just showing the complexity of forests. So all the different forest structures, right? Big gaps, small gaps, shown in sort of the green bottom panel, and then how that interacts with wind and radiation, both solar and thermal, to cause these really complex patterns, right? Where you have an east to west gradient, then a north to south gradient, and then these sort of preferential accumulation zones in forest gaps. And so as Tobias so well laid out, these things matter, and they matter a lot at larger scales potentially. So can we capture this? How much does it matter? How does it change our water management predictions? So here is some data, LiDAR data that my student Hamide Safa has been working up. We think it's deep in review at WR, probably going to get accepted soon. So what we're using is ASO data from Seichen, a site in California on the top, and then 3 LiDAR data sets on the bottom from 3 other sites. And just to orient you here, the FSCA, or the fractional snow covered area, is telling you how much snow cover there is. And so you can see as you effectively go across a higher to lower elevation, the temperature gets warmer and there's less snow cover. And so what this is trying to show is that there's a tremendous amount of variability across south facing and north facing, and then high and low vegetation density in these sites. So LiDAR gives us this ability to not only look at fractional snow cover area in the open, it allows us to look under the canopy, and it also allows us to look across topography and vegetation density gradients. So what Hamide tried to do was put that data back together, all based really on LiDAR observations, to have a framework for snow disappearance in montane forests. And I won't go too deep into this, there's a lot going on in these figures, but she has it broken up into sort of warmer sites, which are generally our Sierra Nevada sites, and colder sites that are generally our Colorado and New Mexico Rocky Mountain sites. Just to point out a couple different similarities and differences. So on south-facing slopes in the sort of colder temperature elevation ranges, in a warm area, you're going to get more snow in the open, whereas in a cold area, you're going to get more snow under the canopy. And so we're able to pull these kind of intricacies apart on a level that we think could inform modeling and sort of model targets, as well as management and potentially the best management actions in different climate zones. So that is snow and the sort of snow-water balance, and how LiDAR can inform that, which I'll come back to a bit. And then this snowpack that sits on the landscapes becomes stream flow. And that's a complicated water budget in itself, where you have fluxes coming off the canopy, fluxes coming from under the canopy, fluxes coming off the soil. So all these evapotranspiration fluxes ultimately tell you, or will lead to, whether you have a net change in stream flow, and that can be positive or negative. So some work I've done in Colorado following the pine beetle disturbances in sort of the early 2000s. So these are effectively lodgepole pine forests, and that's where the disturbance was. Suggested that if anything, we saw decreased stream flow following these disturbances. So across 8 catchments, these are 3 different methods, and then the stars are the ones that are significantly different from 0. So you can see, other than this single value up here, if most or all of the significant changes are towards decreased stream flow. So that's something that has big impacts potentially on water management that's difficult to model. And to make that worse, some nice work by Aidan Manning, a new PhD student, is doing a similar analysis in the Rio Grande. It's hard to read this map, but take my, take it from me. This is the Rio Grande, the Uncompahgre, and some of the headwater areas. So they've had a more recent beetle impact from spruce beetles. So a different tree that's in a different elevation zone. And we see, quite the opposite, where these 2 leftmost catchments are the controls. And then all the non-controls are showing effectively significant stream flow increases. So this juxtaposition, these sites are, a few hundred kilometers from each other, of why you're getting sort of less stream flow following pine beetle and more stream flow following spruce beetle in Colorado. I think a big part of it is there is definitely a snow angle to this riddle that I think something like ASO could help us understand. And a Sierra Nevada case, talking about fire. So this is work in the Illilouette Creek Basin, which is in the Yosemite National Park. So Gabrielle Boardman has been working up there for a number of years. This site is unique because it's had fires reburn over the same area for decades. And so it's a unique case where we can think about controlled fire and its effect on hydrology. And Gabrielle has this paper in Water Resources Research using rhesus modeling and showing that following these fires, there's sort of short-term changes in stream flow, short-term changes in evaporation, transpiration, and then there's these long-term trends associated with changing vegetation types and then corresponding changes in lateral movement of water, soil moisture, and those kinds of things. So this kind of work, I think, points towards how you could use things like LiDAR and high resolution modeling to identify where and how fires affect hydrology. Okay, so the latter part of this talk, I want to pull it back to sort of some management projects that we've been working on. And I tried to think sort of broadly about, how would you use LiDAR to do water management in a forest sort of context? Needing to be able to easily understand the output of these efforts, they're transferable across space and time. Then more specifically, things about what sorts of thinning techniques to apply and where, how to apply prescribed fire, how extreme fire changes hydrology and those sorts of things. And the modeling needs, I think, were well laid out by Tobias. We have to sort of work at this smaller scale to some degree because we know that the tree scale is where a lot of the key processes are happening. And then from an observational standpoint, I'll make the case that LiDAR can parameterize models. It can provide a baseline for change, and it can also be used post-disturbance to assess change and potentially improve our models. So the example I want to point to is the Tahoe West project, which is just wrapping up. This is Lake Tahoe. So this is all on the California side, the west shore of the lake. This boundary right here is the project boundary. And it was a very interesting experience where there was sort of 8 teams that were set around all these different goals of fire and smoke and water quality, water quantity. And ultimately, the managers took this set of information to make final decisions about how to do forest restoration. So my group was focused on the water quantity aspect, and we really were thinking a lot about snow and modeling snow under different forest thinning scenarios. So the tool I have up my sleeve, thanks to Patrick Broxton, is a model called Snow Palm, or Snow Physics and Laser Mapping, which is a 1 meter model, probably not tremendously different than what Tobias has shown. I'm guessing what Keith is about to show us is slightly different, where he's doing ray tracing through some of this. So this doesn't do ray tracing through the trees, but it does cast shadows. The trees emit long wave radiation, those kind of things. So you take the LiDAR data, you get very detailed 1 meter tree information. It looks a lot like the data Tobias showed earlier for his model. So we want to take that model, we do some validation. We've also validated it against airborne LiDAR data, but just to let you know, it validates, against snow depth. We also use surface temperature, things like that. And then we play this game we call a virtual tree thinning experiment, where we take the existing vegetation structure from LiDAR, we segment the trees out with my colleague Jonathan Greenberg, and then we decide, then we know the height of each tree, so we can go back in and remove trees of certain heights, or you could use other qualities of the tree. Then we rerun the model and we look at changes in melt volumes and sublimation and those kind of things. So I won't go into too much detail here, but we're able to divide up this whole West Shore area into these different elevation and aspect zones, and then build models for that. Turns out if you have a tall canopy that's very dense, those are the sort of optimum places to take trees out. We put this information into a random forest model to ultimately try to build a decision support tool. And what I mean by that is something simple enough that managers on the ground can sort of weigh this against all the other things they're thinking about to decide what sorts of benefits you might be able to get from thinning. And you can see we set it up, or Sebastian did, as a function of elevation and as a function of aspect, and you can sort of see more optimal places to thin and less optimal places to thin. The other thing this work I think really points to is the challenges of ground observation. So if you go back to some of these earlier figures, we can encapsulate these historical observations with our modeling, which effectively shows that the climate and the particular stand structure that you decide to go out and do your field observations in really matters a lot. So that not only suggests that field observations are going to be a tricky solution for this, but it suggests that LiDAR has a lot of advantages for taking care of those local conditions. So a couple slides to wrap up here. I said most of my work is on the sort of multi-year planning side. So large scale planning, trade-off and different restoration strategies, tailoring restoration strategies to specific places, and then potentially monitoring efficacy. So next for us is work at the sort of scale of the Tahoe Central Sierra Initiative, which is the next scale beyond the West Shore, and working with a great group of stakeholders and funders here. This is sort of my single slide about sort of seasonal to sub-seasonal effects. So a different set of, somewhat different but overlapping set of managers and stakeholders here. But now you're talking about really a lot about reservoir inflows and how that value of that reservoir inflow, what's the value of that water? We're working a little bit with the Blue Forest Conservancy, thinking about water bonds for forest restoration. We have to be able to value the water, and then effects on water quality. And then what are the effects on things like forecast informed reservoir operations? Does forest restoration change peak flows? And if it does, is there feedback to FIRO? And if there are those captured, in our models? So those are the kind of things we're pushing into. Haven't really done much of any of this yet, but it does seem to be an avenue for using ASO data in the future. So with that, I thought this would go kind of long, so you can follow up with me via email. But again, I appreciate the opportunity.
Adrian, thank you. While we're switching over to Keith, do we have any questions? All right, Adrian, thank you. And we'll let you know, please, hopefully with your schedule, you can stay on and act like you're on travel and still at the meeting. All right. Keith, are you there?
I am. Thanks, Tom.
There you are. I like your banjo.
Oh, thanks. All right. Can everybody see me and see my screen?
We can see your desktop.
Oh, that's the wrong thing. One more time.
I enjoyed your talk with Mackenzie last month with Protect Our Winters with Chris Davenport.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, thanks a lot. All right.
All right. So Keith is he is a researcher at the University of Colorado and spent time in the Canadian Rockies and also at the National Center for Atmospheric Research, and has been working with us some on the ASO canopy structure data. So Keith, take it away.
Great, thanks a lot, Tom. And thanks everybody and our previous speakers in this session. I was really inspired by a lot of the work, and I think that what I'm going to show is going to lean heavily and has historically leaned heavily on a lot of the work that's been developed by the community in general and specifically some of these researchers. So I'm going to talk about forest gaps. We talked a lot, we heard from Tobias about forest disturbances and the heterogeneity of the snow and energy environment. We heard from Adrian just now about forest disturbances. I'm going to talk more specifically about a forest gap. So forest gap is a little bit different than a continuous forest, and it's different than an open area. So we have snow accumulating, no canopy overhead, and that snow is experiencing a different radiation regime than either of those other classifications. And I think Tobias hit that very nicely. I think that beyond hydrology, there's a lot to consider in these forest disturbances and gaps. And one is that there's a variety of microenvironments, and those microenvironments are the energy, the radiation, also the amount of snow that accumulates over the season. But that microenvironment also facilitates diverse communities of vegetation, of animals and insects. So much so that ecologists now are publishing heavily on the use of remote sensing to identify these forest gaps as a measure of biodiversity in and of itself. And so that speaks to the predictability of the structure of the forest to get at the feedbacks between water, energy, and ecosystems. And I think that's connecting those dots between the hydrology, the snow hydrology, the forest ecologists, and the ecologists who deal with more carbon sequestration, that kind of thing, is a potential avenue that ASO could help. One of the interesting things that these forest disturbances does is provide what's called micro-refugia. So these are locations with favorable climate conditions amidst unfavorable regional conditions, which is to say that they might provide in these gaps additional soil moisture, and a particular species might be able to move just a little bit or stay in one place during a drought and be able to survive a long-term drought, for example. Whereas if it was just a continuous forest or just an open area, they would be stressed. So this heterogeneity promotes this diversity. And there's need to be able to model that. Tobias Jones, if you saw his earlier talk, did a great job of talking about the processes that are involved. I'm going to present some similar work from the Canadian Rockies. I worked under John Pomeroy and his cold water lab group at the University of Saskatchewan up in the Marmot Creek Research Basin, where we conducted an experiment of these forest gaps. And so this is a picture in the upper left of the Marmot Creek. There's the ski area where the 1988 Calgary Olympics were held. And then this forest gap experiment was simply just putting meteorological tripods across the gap. Now, when we did that, we put snow depth sensors at the center of that clearing is what we see in the black line. So snow depth was deepest in the center of the clearing. It was least in the forest. If you look at the time of meltout, you can see that those two curves hit on the same date. So the snow disappeared at the same time. Not that interesting, but it is to say that open areas melt faster in this case than forested areas. You take a measurement on that sunlit edge, it's in the open, and again, get some different melt rates going on, but the snow disappearance date is within a day. And when you go to the shaded side of that gap, that's where things get interesting. You start getting these shifts in the date of maximum sweep, for example, in this case, snow depth. You get difference by a month of prolonged snow persistence. So, which leads to more soil moisture, leads to a cooler environment in some places, particularly that shaded side. So you can see this you can feel it walking through these meadows or these gaps, but you cannot see it in the thermal infrared or in the visible, where we're looking at very hot side of the forest on one side of these gaps, and you turn around and look the other way, and you get very cool temperatures. In this case, this particular day was about 33 degrees Celsius in mid-May, so melt season. You get very, very cold temperatures still on the shaded side. Again, it's the energy dynamics of processes that Tobias went into detail on. So that is to say that where and how you measure snow matters. This has been a point that has been addressed in a number of great papers, comparing snow course measurements to snow pillows. And one thing that I might consider is, or suggest, is that raise the question, are these snow pillows often in these cold holes? And if they are, how representative are they to the spatial representation of snow? That's one question. But almost more importantly, if we're going to use these records to understand changes in our water resources over time, particularly as the snow course, or sorry, the snow pillow data becomes longer, is the climate sensitivity as measured by a snow pillow the same as at the snow course? And it's the microrefugia, it's the climate, the dynamics at the snow pillow, the snow gaps, that really determine that. So we're going to need models to be able to evaluate those kinds of questions. So going back to this experiment, we then conceptualize this forest gap. On the left, show the transect from north to south of MET stations. I'm going to conceptualize a forest gap as an upright cylinder surrounded by otherwise homogeneous forests. That's generally not the case, but it's a good first step. And then we're going to use a two-source canopy model, leading heavily on previous work, both from the Swiss group as well as the Canadians. And we're thinking about the canopy as being representative of needles, trunks, and then underlined by snow in this case, but it could also be bare ground and soil. For the purpose of this talk, I'm going to ignore the turbulence scheme and just specify the wind and the temperature based on local measurements. So when we talk about ray tracing, it's very similar to what Tobias already showed, but we're essentially now using a shape, an upright cylinder, and we're projecting the solar radiations, or calculating the beam transmittance, how much radiation passes through this forest gap or through the canopy. So this is just an animation of that direct beam. If you integrate all measurements, not just looking in the direction of the sun, but integrate in all directions, you get this hemispherical view, and you can create this sky view factor map, which is a function of how much sky is visible at a given point if you were laying on your back looking up. And that, I should mention, that sky view factor is also really important in getting the long wave transmittance, to get the radiation at the snow surface. So then this is what we can do if we're just simply conceptualizing the forest gap as a cylinder. You can get a measured and modeled solar radiation in very good agreement, particularly compared to the tower measurements. And so this is a transect shade on the left, sunlit station on the right. Very good agreement between the model and the measured, despite the fact that we're conceptualizing this. Do the long wave radiation, and you get very, very different dynamics, again, like Tobias showed, if you compare to the above canopy measurements to what you get down on the ground surface. Very different long wave regime. And then that regime changes as you go across that transect, and the model generally replicates that very nicely. Once you have that information, you can then start to play games. You can start to jump into your numerical sandbox and play games about how the shortwave will change over this, in and around this gap. The net long wave will change, and the net radiation. And the net radiation on the right is particularly interesting because you get this hot edge forming on the right where these trees are getting a lot of solar loading. They're getting very warm. The trunks are getting warm, and that's radiating to the surrounding snow surface. And on the south edge of that forest gap, that blue kind of little ellipse, that is that cold hole developing in the net radiation. And you can play games by changing that gap diameter and look at things like, well, what's the proportion of the cold hole to the gap size? And as you get down towards 1 times the diameter of a gap, 1 times the tree height, you start to see that almost all of that that gap is now a cold hole. And so one question might be, how do snow telesites look in this regard? And another question might be, how would you think about forest disturbance mitigation in planning this distribution? Because you might want to maximize your snow accumulation. You might want to maximize your snow persistence. and your soil moisture through the summer. And there might be ways to do this, and nature might already have this figured out. And that's an important point to make here. You're not limited to circles. You can do ellipses. You can project these things on different slopes. You can do roads and linear disturbances to look at the net radiation of the forest disturbance. And then more interestingly, you can fold in data from ASO, where we're looking at elevation and canopy height model, and then do ray tracing. Now, this is just a simple explosion of look angles in all directions for every point that you have data. In this case, it's 1 meter resolution. And you can create the same sky view factor map, which is useful then as a lookup for the solar radiation ray tracing, but also the long wave radiation. And when you do that, you can then, for any minute of the day, you can ray trace the trees. This is an application of this radiative transfer model for the shortwave for an area of the Tuolumne Meadows. The Tuolumne Basin. In the winter on the left and in the late spring on the right. So comparing February radiation to June radiation, and we're just animating through the day. You see the shadows and the very different dynamics winter compared to the spring. One of the other things that I'll call out is that the information on snow albedo can be really important. If you look at the late spring animation, you can see some hot edges showing up, and that's not long wave. That is a reflection from the surrounding forest and interactions that improved information on snow albedo could ultimately improve snow model representation. Now, I think this shows, together with Adrian's work and with Tobias's work, a clear path to basin scale application to improve snow model. When we're thinking about basin scale, we think about maybe the Tuolumne Basin. I say clearish because we don't have many data sets to validate and develop these models. And we have, I think what we've seen today is pretty much the extent of the data that's available to verify and develop these models. So we need more of that. But ASO, I think one of the more pressing challenges is in how we can leverage ASO and this detailed representation of how snow varies to incorporate that into Earth system models. And when I talk about Earth system models, I think that directly goes into Sarah Kapnick's presentation, where she showed some of the higher resolution Earth system general circulation models that they're working on. And this is an example of using a high resolution Earth system model. Maybe we're interested in carbon dynamics. Maybe we're interested in that feedback between albedo and ecological or albedo, water resources, and ecological dynamics. And Earth system models can do that, but they don't very well represent things like forest disturbances. And so I think what we're trying to do is make this connection between what's varying at the field scale. You can actually see it in reality, and the global models that are doing their best to resolve that. And so this is Michelangelo's meeting of the ASO with the global applicability. To get there, Tobias laid out a great map, and I totally agree with the way that the Swiss are going. One way to do that is to use airborne canopy height models and/or multispectral imagery, and use that information to break down a single grid cell to have, for example, representative gaps. So classifications of different land surface types, slope and aspect, but also gap classifications like are they cold holes? And if cold holes are important, how prevalent are they? And what are the feedbacks that go on between those systems? And so just to wrap up, keep things short, the impacts of forest gaps, of canopy fragmentation and disturbances on hydrology, on climate, on ecosystem services are inextricably linked and kind of underexplored, those linkages, many of them. And ASO data, together with the ground-based observations that we've seen, offer unique opportunities to advance these sciences and even apply them to the global scale, which in my view is kind of the holy grail. With that, thanks for your time.
Keith, thank you. That was great. Hey, we do have one question from Matt Meadows. He says, the defunded Sierra CZO program in an area with ASO program, the Kings. Any interest in keeping the ground monitoring going there?
I think the more monitoring we can do, the better. I think that's great. Yeah, the CZO, the changes in the CZO are unfortunate. I think the funding mechanisms right now are challenged across the board, just like DWR showed.
Right. All right, great. Keith, thank you. All right, so so I went light on the reins, and we spilled over 45 minutes, which is perfectly fine. We have a talk from Jack Dangermond, the creator of ESRI and the continuing owner of ESRI. It's recorded though, so we can play it when we want. And so what I'm figuring is, why don't we come back at 1:30 Pacific time, and we'll kick it off then, and then hot on the heels of that will be our first proper improvement interlude with Evan, Cristina, and Joe. So at any rate, we will see you all at 1:30. Go ahead and just stay on here if you want, and we will keep it open. And Liz, am I missing anything?
Nope, that sounds great.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Okay, great. So to all of you who are out there right now, this next keynote is from Jack Dangermond, who started ESRI back, what was it, in 1969, I think, and he really brought about the digital GIS revolution, and really the GIS revolution itself. And continues to push it to this day. He is in the office all the time. He is often working until 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night, and just absolutely loves what he does. And he and I met courtesy of Basanta Shrestha from ESRI in Kathmandu, Nepal, back several years ago, and at the time I was telling him about ASO. This was in the JPL days, and he had said, as I was going out the door, when you're ready to move it out of JPL, you let me know. And so I did, and here we are with our strategic partnership with them. Which is great for the growth and implementation of ASO on multiple fronts. Obviously the technical side, but also just the global reach of ESRI and that partnership to help us to realizing that goal that we have of bringing this kind of information to the mountains, the snow-covered mountains of the globe. So I asked Jack to give a keynote. His schedule, quite obviously, is crazy, so we concluded that it made a lot of sense for him to do a recorded talk. It's about 18 minutes, and I think without further ado, I'm going to hit it, and with my team, you guys send me a text if it's if the sound is not coming through well. But I think the internet is pretty stable right now. All right, here we go.
Hi, my name is Jack Dangermond, and I want to say thank you, Tom, and to you and your colleagues for inviting me to talk to your special audience in this workshop this morning. My thought is to share some of my thinking regarding the integration of snow observation, this amazing, increasingly high resolution information, with my world, the GIS world. So I'll start off by simply introducing the organization that I work in, it's ESRI. We have worked for over 5 decades in introducing and selling and supporting GIS technology. And we have thousands of users all over the world. And our purpose is to advance this technology, the thinking, the science behind it, and also support our users. Our work is all about this thing we call geographic information systems. And GIS is a kind of framework, and it's a process. It's a technology, of course, that organizes measurements of all types and allows people to visualize them in maps and analyze relationships between different layers of mapped information. It also helps people design and plan on top of geographic information and then make decisions and take them to action. And this is really where the power of the whole new generation of Earth observation really plays very heavily. I would say it's also about understanding. It's about understanding, creating a kind of platform for action. GIS digitizes things, and for the last 50 years, it's been organizing all of the world's geographic information, going from analog into digital. And it does this in different categories. It organizes data and measurements according to data models. It organizes maps and creates analytic models that are digital. It organizes workflows for people to do their work using geographic data and generates some just fantastic reports and displays of various types. So it is, in a nutshell, transforming how organizations and us as a society do our work by building these digital building blocks to create better understanding. Typically, users do this with desktops or web browsers connected to services environments. They do it also by implementing big enterprise information systems that organize systems of record. And finally, increasingly, they're using cloud services like SaaS to access millions of data layers and integrate it right into their projects. And all of this works together in something I'll describe as geospatial infrastructure. This is, in short, a distributed network of little services and servers scattered around the world that all can come together in this idea of an integrated system. Remote sensing is increasingly becoming a fundamental part of GIS, and the great work that ASO is doing is evidence of this, being able to observe and analyze and calculate snow depth and then crank it into the flows, the hydrological system, so that we can understand all kinds of applications of how snow changes can be applied in reference to other human activities. GIS applications give the evidence of just how very powerful and strong this technology is. It is supporting economic development and land records management and water resources, of course, one of the big challenges that we're all facing right now. These are just a few examples. I pulled a few out that might interest some of you here in the workshop, but this is small area and large area monitoring and modeling of natural resource assessments. And they sometimes are about things like species moving around like whales. Sometimes it's looking at vegetation management. Sometimes it's looking at probability modeling of things like wildlife, and it just goes on and on. These hundreds of thousands of users are applying it to manage agriculture, to do mining, to do land use planning and restoration activities of various types. At the frontier is the ability to find the best locations for renewable energy, hydrology, and so on. Most land information now is managed in a GIS. Who owns what and what the boundaries are. This is enormously valuable for understanding the civil society, taxation, property ownerships, land use planning, and so on. It's also used heavily in things like statistical data collection, like the 2020 census, which we're just finishing, which was the first digital census that was completed successfully in the world. Disaster preparedness and response are things that we are all concerned about and worried about, things like wildfires, things like earthquakes, hurricanes, landslides, and so on. These are a few examples from there. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, there are applications. I mean, you can't even imagine how widespread geographic applications are in different agencies and organizations around the world. Public health this year has been a big one, looking at the spread of COVID and also its implications for things like racial and ethnic disparities and social vulnerability. It's very powerful tools because it resembles the way that we think. Our world, if we step back a moment, can be abstracted into a kind of living system of systems. Everything is interrelated and complex and dynamic. And these times, our world is changing very rapidly. And we're beginning to realize how interconnected we all are and how fundamental the living systems of the world are to our own life and life of all types. Today, our world is in trouble. This isn't a political thing. This is just measurement and science revealed. We have issues with climate change, issues in natural disasters, social conflicts, loss of nature. It's almost unfathomable what's occurring with environmental degradation and social instability. And this concerns, I know, the hearts and minds of all of us. And what's beginning to occur is that people are realizing how very interconnected all of our world is. And we're going to have to address these challenges. Overcoming the challenges will require better understanding. And here's where remote sensing plays a major role. Understanding, communicating, and then collaborating. It'll take all of our best science. Many of you are scientists. It's going to take our best technology, image processing and modeling. It'll take our best minds to be able to address and come up with creative problem-solving capabilities. And geography, my favorite topic in the world, and GIS, and the community of geospatial people, albeit field people to remote sensing people, are essential to be able to come up and address these challenges. And you, many of you here in this workshop, are geospatial professionals. You're applying this science directly or indirectly to so many problems. And these data sets are being shared publicly and privately. Interconnected systems are beginning to build what I like to describe as a geospatial infrastructure, opening up lots of opportunities for collaborative action, sharing information on the web as web services, and allowing this information to be brought together is building a kind of infrastructure, geospatial infrastructure, like the electrical network or water pipelines. It's sharing data from lots of different distributed sets and then allowing people to overlay this dynamic information to be able to create more sensible applications like the ones that I just showed you. It's interconnecting everything. IoT, remotely sensed information, transactional data about almost every statistic you can imagine. Geospatial infrastructure is, I would assert, transforming many of the organizations I work with, my customers, cities, counties, nations, research organizations. It's bringing in the latest Earth observation. It's opening access to new forms of information, and apps and visualization tools are allowing us to see things differently. And these are becoming integrated into big systems. Today, GIS can integrate virtually every type of data, making them directly usable as services. Now, this is exciting to me. I can take tabular data, I can take remotely sensed data of every format and type, multidimensional data, and so on. I can mash it up with facility data like CAD data or building data. I can bring in real-time observational data like sensors and streams and so on. And in this environment, I can begin to interconnect it and analyze it. Today, on top of this infrastructure, this icon in the center of distributed data coming in and unified geographically, we're building apps, dashboard apps, maps, and then massive deployments in devices that collect data or can observe data in real time are transforming and opening access to this geographic infrastructure in the world. Now, these maps and dashboards are becoming pervasive. The map in the upper right here is a little obsolete, of course. It shows only 12 million people on the planet being diseased with COVID. This map has now been seen over 1 trillion times by billions of humans on the planet uniquely. And maps like it, this is the Johns Hopkins map, of course, but maps like it are showing change and progress on virtually everything that changes and moves. It's telling stories about our world. And here the integration of real-time observational data on everything, including snow, can help people see. I mean, people's eyes opened up when they saw the map of COVID. They saw how we were all interconnected. And my big hope is that this same kind of visualization tool will connect people of all types and from all backgrounds to be able to manage the world better. Spatial modeling at the high end of our field is advancing fundamental science and creating new insights. The visualization in the upper left shows the new observational tools in the world of looking at, well, what's happening in the atmosphere. On the far right, we're seeing modeling of hydrology fed by remote sensing in real time. Real-time volumetric visualization, open science tools that can be brought into GIS and leveraged are just very exciting to me. Our work at ESRI continues to build just tool sets that help our users do their work better. And whether it's in the academy and research organizations or in utilities or in business or in government, it's basically to build common data sets that help users find their way to manage their data and then analyze it and apply it in various settings. I wanted to share just a couple of slides about this because this is advancing rapidly. We have several thousand engineers who keep inventing and aggressively chasing the world of mapping and visualization and 3D and field work and so on. But these are from the world of spatial analysis. We have thousands of algorithms and tools that help us predict the future. And these include things like the COVID map on the far left, or space-time spatial statistics integrated, new tools for suitability and image classification, new tools for predictions. And in the big world, the world where many of you are familiar, large data sets, we are working with machine learning and AI and big data analytics in these new generation of cloud environments. We're also spending a lot of time on new tools for modeling and scripting, things like Jupyter notebooks that allow in their workflows and their science more effectively. AI and machine learning and deep learning are becoming a big part of GIS. So the normal GIS user can connect in with open science tools through notebooks and be able to leverage the power and open source science that's occurring there. This is making organizations smarter and allowing us to make advancements in our work rapidly. And as I mentioned at the beginning, imagery and remote sensing are also comprehensive in our platform, from data management in the cloud or elsewhere, to map production, to analytics, powerful image processing analytics, to AI and machine learning, and then just simply visualization and exploration. These are increasingly becoming cloud SaaS tools that we can connect to our large imagery reserves and mine them out. So let me just say I am so very proud and pleased to work with my friends at ASO. This is a powerful alliance, being able to take all of their amazing work that were birthed inside of JPL and brought out to commercialize them and make real in many organizations. So I would just like to close by saying I'm hopeful that this will be one of those amazing additional building blocks that help us move from simply digital GIS projects to transforming organizations to ultimately transforming our world. GIS has a long history of organizing work, has a long history of improving collaboration between the science community and people who make decisions. It has a long history of helping the world understand complexity, and snow melting, running through hydrological networks and impacting farmers and so on, flooding, is a big part of understanding, and then creating holistic solutions. These are big challenges that you and I are facing and will continue to face. Realizing the vision of a sustainable planet. This is such an amazing statement. And addressing these complex challenges is going to require more than just science. And I know some of you are great scientists and technology people. It's going to also require understanding the problems. This means talking with each other, seeing the big context. It means setting up relationships for collaboration between public and private, and NGOs and science. It's going to require envisioning what we can do. And it means being close to the problems enough to understand how and where we can apply this kind of amazing work to solving the problems. And finally, it's going to take a sense of purpose. And the thrilling part in my life is when I find a sense of purpose, when I find someone or something that's important enough to really just work hard to address. And you, particularly in this workshop, are exactly those kind of people. It's your work, the work of geospatial professionals from many different backgrounds that is going to be critical. And your leadership here, while modest in the beginning, I think will have great meaning. So let me close by again saying thank you to my colleagues there at ASO, and also just how much I appreciate being a part of it. Thank you. Good luck in your workshop.
Great. Let me make sure I hit pause on that. There. All right. Great. So, I think you guys can see the coherence that we have with ESRI, and how that relationship with Jack was spot on with what we needed coming out of JPL, and I think he calls out our community really well. You know, we've in the beginning, we were working with the California Cooperative Snow Survey Program, which you've heard several times now is a great model for collaboration on management, data sharing, on measurement, on motivation moving forward, on understanding the challenges together. And then as this community has grown, and I'm looking over here at the attendee list, even the snapshot of 20 or so of you that I can see here, I can see that all of you that I'm looking at are in just that sort of vein. And so as I mentioned yesterday in my talk, I saw ASO and the move to JPL as the opportunity to really bring to my community, bring those resources to bear from NASA and from JPL, to bring to my community the capability to understand that snow water equivalent across the mountains in a timely fashion. And so filling that void. And now I think Jack and I see together, along with our teams, the capabilities that this relationship's going to bring to really penetrate to the global community, and not just on snow water equivalent mapping and snow albedo mapping and the modeling and the visualization, but the other innovations that are going to come out of this work. So at any rate, that I think is a perfect segue now into our first proper improvement interlude, which makes us snicker every time we say it, but we like snickering.
We snicker daily.
So
Evan's
So-
going to share his screen.
He is? Okay. All right, great. So so Evan, Cristina, and Joe are going to speak to where we're headed, and I'll preface this with the hiring went on in the late January, early February timeframe of this year, and I believe our first flight was something along the lines of April 1st or 2nd. And so it was on us right away. So a lot of the expansion of our capabilities, the efficiencies, and the new tools was something we weren't able to work on until after the snowmelt season. But
we cover that.
Okay, great. But the team has been cranking away on that, and I can't tell you how proud I am of them and to be a part of the team with these amazing people. So, Evan, I think you'll take it away, right?
I go first.
Oh, you go first. All right.
Joe Boardman, right. And I'm nominally the Chief Technology Officer of software, but actually more like the old guy who is helping shepherd the old ASO into the new ASO, is how we might put it. And you'll also hear from Evan, who's a new hire, who was brave enough to come from another job to come to ASO Inc., and Cristina, who is brave enough to quit her NASA job to come to ASO. So it's a great little team. And we represent internal to ASO what we call the compute team. And obviously everything we do involves computers, but what we're going to be talking about here is the section of what we call the pipeline processing. So where we're doing rote work, but trying to do it accurately, where you can trust it, same as every time. And it's the data come in, they're downloaded, we hit the button, and the processing pipeline creates science outputs that can then be turned into products by Kat and the other parts of the science team. And they'll talk about that later. But right now we're talking about the compute section in the middle, which is processing pipeline. Okay, next. So I'm going to just give you a brief idea of our past, present, and future, and then hand it over to Evan and Cristina, because they represent kind of the present and the future, and I'm the past. This slide is just like my next one, only it's all pictures, no words. And it sort of tells a story from left to right of where we started, what happened, some of the things we ran into, and how it ended up, or how we're seeing the future. And really, we started at Tuolumne, and it was starting as a demonstration project. And the software we were using, some of it was mine, much of it was mine, written in IDL, and some of it was old and repurposed and not exactly brand new even at that date. And then we built this mobile compute system, which turned out to not be very mobile and resided in Mammoth till just this year. And as a result, as this thing started to grow, and there was so much beautiful user pull, and the basins were going, hey, we want that too, we want that too. Well, everything else just started getting treated like the next Tuolumne and the next Tuolumne. And this led to many late nights here in the top center of processing schemes where if we're trying to get this out through the pipeline in 24 hours or some other short amount of time, we didn't set it up that way in the beginning to be flexible and to have cross-basin capabilities, global capabilities, and it led to a lot of difficulties. And what we're headed towards on the right here, you can see the whole fleet of ASO planes down here in the bottom someday taking off to cover the Himalaya. And but we're moving away from things like IDL with the proprietary language towards Python, towards AWS, towards cloud computing, towards a global approach, and this idea of an express delivery and happy customers and happy ASO team members who don't stay up 24 hours a day. So next slide, please. All right, so this restructuring of ASO as a public benefit corporation and the pulling it out of JPL, you know, I've got it written here that it's a perfect opportunity for this much needed refactoring of the processing pipeline software. You could also think of it as like having a tree that bears all the fruit that you live off of, and you have to uproot it and replant it somewhere else and get it growing all in time for, you know, a harvest. And so there was, you know, there's two sides to that. But it was really turned out to be a beautiful opportunity because one of my last jobs, as I haven't had a JPL contract for ASO since 2017 or 18, I think, but on that one, I wrote this little manifesto about what needed to be done in the future and gave it to Tom. And we're actually doing it this year, which is changing everything, as you'll hear going forward. But the point is that the old software, the stuff that was used at JPL had a long heritage. It was well vetted, which is critical in this. We understand when I come to the ASO meetings, it's beautiful to see that customer uptake, because obviously things like flood control and water management are non-trivial outcomes. It's not like arguing over whether some mineral is on Mars or not. It has real impact on people's lives, and you have to trust these data. And so there's that notion of, yeah, there's this heritage to our software, but on the other hand, we need to update it. And so our implementation this year, and this is in red for a reason, was like a doctor. Our thing was first, do no harm. I mean, we're going to implement the exact same code for 2020, which we did. They used to run at JPL, but in a new automation system. And then second, let that opportunity with the new folks, with Evan and with Cristina in a different role, look at the modernization and the flexibility. And so going ahead, we're talking about a whole new framework of pipeline processing. We're on track to have this ready for spring of 2021. We're right now testing it against the old software, and not just 2021, but the whole future, decades out, and this whole global approach to solving water problems around the world with people. And this last one I like, and we always feel like we're sort of on the cutting edge of technology, and there's a risk of thinking you are, but you aren't. And our whole business is research, really. So there's this operational side that's real, but we're constantly adding new things and looking at new research we can do to innovate, invent, and implement to make the ASO products better. And so that's what Evan and Cristina are going to be talking about next. So Evan.
Yeah. Cool. So Cristina and I, we're going to talk a little bit about just some of the behind the scenes software development we've been working on, and then some of the things that you guys will get to see, or everyone will get to see come this spring. We started working pretty hard developing our future software system as soon as the spring melt season ended this year. And we've been working towards a lot of different goals. One of the big goals that Joe mentioned is we're working hard to make the software more robust and more flexible. In the future, we're going to be flying with multiple planes, different sets of instruments, and in different places far beyond California. So the software needs to be ready to do all of that. And we also need the software to be a lot more robust. Before the software, if weird, odd things happen, like a plane banked too much in a flight line or something like that, that could cause essentially a hiccup in the processing, and Joe, Cristina, and I would have to jump in and do a little bit of manual work to get things going again. And what we're basically doing is anticipating all those possible contingencies and codifying solutions to them. And so this improves the consistency of our deliverables, but it also just takes out the human factor of manual work. So it reduces the potential for sleepy person mistakes and things like that. So the end result is just much more reliable results for everyone. We're also restructuring the code to make it much more parallelizable, which basically just means it'll run faster. This past year, we were able to utilize anywhere from 5 to maybe 30 CPUs on a single computer. And this next year, we'll be able to utilize many, many hundreds. So basically what that means is we have the same code, more or less, but we're doing the same stuff, but it will just run way, way, way faster. So I'll see that downstream of that. So, and as Joe also mentioned, we're migrating most of the software from software or a programming language called IDL, which is slowly becoming more obsoletized. And we're moving it into Python and a lot of packages that really represent the future of scientific computing that are out there. So moving to these resources, there's just kind of a list of some of them at the bottom, is really going to help us stay on the cutting edge, and it'll make our software much more maintainable, and it will just make us, ready to adopt new technologies as they come out. Another thing we're going to be doing is adopting what's called a workflow management system. This is actually just kind of, it's a piece of software that keeps track of all of the things or the tasks that need to happen within a workflow pipeline, which in our case is really, really complicated. It figures out when things need to be executed and will actually send tasks off to many different computers. And it can monitor when things fail and has contingencies for when things fail. So the result of this is Cristina and I don't need to stay up until 3 a.m. just making sure things ran through successfully. In this case, if something goes wrong, it can literally give one of us a call or rerun with a different parameterization or something like that. So the bottom line is that means the pipelines can run 24/7 and just be much more reliable. One of the things that I have enjoyed working on the most, and has been a kind of a new thought process for me, is figuring out how to decouple the science code from the data management and the kind of decision making and organizational stuff. And this seems kind of like a nitpicky thing, but I think it's going to actually be huge for us, because it's going to actually, it allows the scientists to work on the science aspect of the code and the data management people to work on their side of the code, and the two should come together in a very clean way. So bottom line is, it means that it's really going to streamline that movement from research into operational tools, which actually Dave was mentioning earlier today. So that's a real thing, is like, as soon as we see, functional solutions by research scientists, we want to be able to incorporate that and get those assets to everyone as quickly as possible. And another thing we're working on is separating the software from specific locations or clients. We're acknowledging that different places might need to be treated differently. Different agencies might need different data sets. So we don't treat everything differently. The software essentially can remember, say, for example, we decided that we need to process the creek fire in a different way because of landslides. Basically, we want to build structure that knows, oh, this area needs specific attention and we need to treat it to these specific algorithms, whereas this area we don't need to. And the same condition for one client might have different data sets or different like aggregated information or visualizations that they would like. Yeah. That's on to Cristina.
Okay. Oh, good. I think I'm unmuted. Okay. So as Joe alluded to earlier, one of the big changes that we're making, other than replacing IDL with Python and with other open source tools like Evan spoke to, the other big change is that we're moving from what we called the MCS, or the mobile compute system, which was actually not so mobile. We're moving from hardware into cloud-based processing. And I think on the one hand, that's a very scary idea, but it's really going to help us leverage the full capacity of what's out there, modern technologies that big companies are using nowadays to do anything and everything. It means that we will no longer need to rely on a stack of servers, a rack of servers being installed at a physical location. I mean, we will have some physical compute hardware still, but we don't need to deploy physical hardware to every location that we are doing aerial surveys in. And it also means that we can do what's the phrase I keep hearing in 2020? Do more with less in terms of personnel, right? It will allow our relatively small team to process data from acquisitions that are happening all over the world and to process that data from wherever in the world we are, which, you know, is not so easy with when you're tied to physical hardware. But the main thing is that it's also going to allow us to actually utilize our increased capacity for scalability that Evan was speaking to, because, you know, we did at JPL, I was at JPL for 5 years, and with the ASO project at JPL for about 3 years. So I worked with the code there for a long time, and we did have some capability for automation. We had some, to some extent, parallelization, but it was capped ultimately by the physical hardware, the constraints of that physical hardware. And so by moving to the cloud, it lets us have near unlimited capability because we can just have our automation spin up more computers with as much you know, computing power and memory as we need, as much storage as we need, so that if certain data sets need to be processed more quickly, we can make that happen. You know, or if we're, I'm sorry if you hear a cat in the background, but you know, we could also scale to accommodate the needs of Joe's dream that he depicted of having a whole fleet of planes flying. That would have been just impossible with the system that we had at JPL. So it's really exciting to be using, there's some cool logos here. We're using technologies like Amazon EC2, which basically allows us to create virtual computers in the cloud and, you know, spin those up, spin them down as needed using auto scaling. And as I mentioned, we also have, you know, cloud data store, which is Amazon S3. And having all of that power in the cloud is just going to make things so much more flexible and modern and future-proof as well. Yeah, next slide, please. So going along with that, something I'm very excited about is we're making a database, and it may come as a surprise to hear that we didn't have one before. Somehow, for all of these years, ASO managed to, I see Kat laughing because it is kind of funny. We managed to process data from all these different basins, all these different survey areas without having any kind of database. What this meant in practice was that a lot of the data management was pushed onto the personnel. There were a lot of things that we had to just keep up in our heads or keep on a spreadsheet, and it was very difficult. And it becomes increasingly difficult as, you know, as this scales, like as the scope of ASO scales to include different parts of the world and hopefully, you know, more than one plane at a time. And so I'm working on implementing, I mean, I already have implemented, but I'm currently testing a database that will allow us to keep track of metadata about every single flight, every instrument, every, you know, type of intermediate data product or final data product, all of the science files essentially that we're creating. We can store metadata about them in the database. And going along with that, I'm also building an API, and I've put a little bubble here to explain what that is. Basically, API stands for Application Programming Interface, but it's a piece of software that allows different applications to talk to one another. So what this means is that the API will talk to the database. The API will know everything about how the metadata are structured, and be able to hand that information over to internal tools and external tools also. Evan, in a minute, is going to talk about an external, like public-facing tool that we're working on developing with help from ESRI. But as far as internal tooling, It'll allow us to build applications to support other team members downstream from us, such as Kat and Liz, who do some, at the moment, manual processing, post-processing for the final science data products. And really, it's just going to, the API is just going to tie together all of the different parts of our system that in the past, we had to just kind of manually feed the metadata from one place to another, which is obviously not scalable and causes lots of headaches. So yeah, I'm really excited about this.
You good?
Evan? Yeah.
Okay, so the stuff Cristina and I have talked about so far is all sort of a couple pieces of the API. It's mostly back-end stuff. So this is stuff that Cristina and I will appreciate and everyone else will appreciate simply because of the timing, the speed and the consistency and the quality of the data that's produced. But we are also really psyched to kind of have a new front end, a new portal for everyone to go in and access all of our data and look at various analytical tools and results, and look at that stuff in an online manner, as opposed to waiting for one of us to call or send an email and so forth. So we've teamed up with ESRI on this one, and we're really psyched to work with a bunch of ESRI software developers, and they are working with us to build a portal for everyone that will essentially just be on our website. And in a second, I'm going to show you kind of, to give you a basic gist of what that would look like. We want to give you tools to access all the data yourself, so you can download the raw data, but then also give you tools to visualize things and make decisions alone without having to download the data and mess around with it yourself. And the one thing I also want to say is that I'm showing these tools in these next couple slides, but our goal is to make this data useful for everyone listening. So if what we're showing here is not what you would like, or if there's something different, I would really urge you to come to us literally just in this week during this meeting, or give us a call, and literally Cristina, Joe, and I will put it on our to-do list to see if we can make it happen. So Tom quickly went through a couple of these slides, and this is what we're calling a wireframe. So I can't tell you this is exactly what it's going to look like once it's all coded up, but this is kind of the direction that we want to go, and you'll see the final result will have most of these elements. So some of the things that we're really interested in developing are, of course, a map where you can look at a specific basin and move around, zoom in, and look at the patterns of SWE, and basically give you the opportunity to look at various variables. In this example, we're giving you the opportunity to look at snow depth or albedo as well. And another big change from this past year is we really want you to have the ability to move through time very, very easily. This is all of water management is all about timing, as we've seen in all of the previous talks. So the one tricky thing about ASO is that we have these data sets that come out every couple of weeks, and in between there's kind of a data desert from ASO. So what we're doing, and there'll be talks later this week by the M3 Works crew, and they're going to talk about iSnowball. But in the end, what we want to, I can't even see my screen here. So in the end, what we want to basically have implemented is a timeline in your web browser, you can see on the bottom here, and allow you to click on a specific acquisition, and then you can actually see that raw LiDAR acquisition, or you can click on a different date in between those acquisitions. And if you do that, what you'll be getting is a composite data set of the LiDAR and then however many days worth of model runs between that. So what that'll do is it gives you kind of a seamless way to keep up on your basin and, get at least a picture of what may be happening, even if we don't have a flight today. And again, this is all going to be done with the M3 Works folks, and I'm really psyched to hear their talk later as well. Let's see what else to say. So we want, there's a bunch of aspects that we're thinking of to get you more opportunities to look at and understand uncertainty, both in the LiDAR and also perhaps in the model, by letting you play around with the parameterizations in the model. You know, my view is that, it's not just my view, but like the accuracy of our data is what makes it valuable. So we really have been thinking a lot about tools to help sure everyone has a very clear picture of what the uncertainties are in our data and how good our uncertainty estimates are. So we're thinking about that a lot. We're going to have lots of ways for you to get access to download the raw data if you want it. And then we have a bunch of buttons here that give you different tools or different ways to look at data. We've been thinking a lot about what are all the different ways that how do people think about all of their various problems, and what are the best ways to look at the data to understand those problems. Here are just kind of 3 simple solutions to that. This is a time plot where basically you get to look at the decline of your SWE over the course of a melt season. In this case, each of these circles would be an acquisition, and then these lines are showing you what the snowbow runs are showing in the interim when we don't have flights. We also want to give lots of opportunities to look at how your basin is doing over elevation. This plot is kind of taken this hypsometry plot to a new level, and here you're looking at SWE volume by not just elevation, but also by aspect. So in this case, what this is saying is your total TAF, you know, in this specific case, most of it is in, you know, west to south facing aspects, you know, between 9,000 and 12,000 feet. So the tools that we're showing here are not necessarily the only tools, and there's a great example of things. If people have ideas, we'd love to hear from you. And we can do a lot here. We've been thinking a lot about comparisons, or giving you the opportunity to ask the question of how is today compared to the same day last year, or a different year, or a different time in this season, say 3 weeks ago. We have been talking a lot about a hydrologic mode, which will actually start to get towards hydrologic modeling for this year. That is mostly just going to connect you to the NCAR WRF hydro page, which I think we're hearing more about that later this week from Jeff. Yeah. And we are thinking a lot about also tools to let you compare these results to ground-based data or ground-based observations and so forth as well. So that's a basic gist. And again, so I just wanted to show these 2 slides, and again say this is not exactly how it'll look, but I really wanted to show these just to get everyone's brains churning a little bit. And personally, for me, the biggest thing I could get out of this meeting is to hear input from every one of you on ideas, ways that we could improve this wireframe as we start to get working on it. So again, don't be shy hitting us up with questions or suggestions.
And it would iterate through time, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. And this is definitely an ongoing thing, and we'll be working on it for years to come. So that's all we got from the compute team.
Let me find unmute. Okay, there we go. Great, thanks you guys. That was great, and every time I see it and hear from you, I'm super excited.
It was a little freaky coming after Jack, because we're going from the 100,000-foot view to inside the engine room, but it was fun.
Yeah. Well, it's where we go all the damn time, right?
Right.
And today has been very much that as well, with the details of the compacts on the Rio Grande and the Colorado River from Ann. to tracing radiation through forest canopies at the branch level. And I think for us, that's, and I think, I mean, knowing the community that we interact with, it's just an exciting place to be, where we get to look at all of that in a single day and a single week, and we get paid to do it. So first of all, we had a question from Jeff Dozier, and given that I like hearing his voice, let me see if I can free him up to actually ask his question. All right, Jeff, are you there? Your talking is permitted, Jeff Dozier.
Oh, yes. You know, the usual thing of having to search for the mute button.
Yes.
Okay.
The mute button lean.
Yeah, right. So, you know, it's interesting, when I was working with my son, Grayson, on the snow pillow data, I was asking him, well, what database are they using to manage the data? And he told me, oh, they're using Amazon. And I said, no, that's not a database. And so I'm glad to hear what Cristina was talking about. The question, I guess, still is, you know, there's a lot of work going on in the database community about, you know, how to manage large amounts of data. And so one approach is you still keep the flight lines and stuff in files, and SQL Server has a nice file stream thing that goes along with it, so that you can match the metadata to where the actual data are. And then there's stuff that goes, you know, the SciDB things that Mike Stonebreaker is working on, where the data themselves are in some sort of a database. And so I was curious to see what your thinking is in that. Now I realized Cristina, you know, just had a few minutes to present, and so there wasn't a lot of detail there. But at some point, I would be interested in learning about some of those details, and you know, some of this we could perhaps take offline, but I'd like to hear your response.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I threw a bunch of logos on my slide, but didn't really address them at all, because most people, I think, in the audience wouldn't really care. But so I guess what I would say is we have kind of a hybrid approach. Grayson wasn't entirely wrong. We are storing the data themselves in Amazon, and we're using a database to manage the metadata, right? And I think this is going to be really helpful, actually, having the ability to kind of decouple the metadata management from the like logical storage of the data. Because having them, I mean, first of all, having a database at all is going to be a big win, because as I said, we didn't have one before. But having it structured this way will give us a lot of flexibility to, for example, you know, adopt new file types or change the file types that we're using without it meaning that we have to change something about the database, like inherent to the database. Basically, we can, if we just point at the files where they live on S3, you know, point at those files from the database. That's all that we need to know. And then, you know, we can adapt the database itself and the metadata contained therein. We can adapt that as we go along to fit the needs of the applications that we're building around all of this. Oh, and I guess I didn't actually answer the question, but we're using Postgres, technically PostGIS, which is Postgres plus a kind of GIS add-on. Yeah, Evan, did I miss anything?
I'd just say, Jeff, that I would say the reason why we're going for storing the data on S3 and keeping the metadata in a relational database as opposed to doing SciDB is this. I guess there's two reasons we've kind of gone with that approach. One of them is that for something like SciDB, there are limitations as to the structures of the data that you can store, and their SciDB is very focused on array data. So it gives us a lot of flexibility to work with different data structures. And the second reason is getting back to that concept of really accelerating the speed of moving from science to operational systems is we're kind of designing the thing so a scientist can develop software on their laptop. They can pull, they can be working with one, token file on their computer and develop it in that sense, and then pretty much give it to us. And then we essentially can wrap that code in our own software, and immediately that code can start working with S3 and working with the database. And so I think it'll really make it easier for everyone to contribute to the software development, maybe.
What he's saying there is it's going to be very much like my old code that this replaces.
Okay.
And I am so glad, because like this year, I had a lot of 18-hour days.
Okay.
Okay.
So
well, let's stay in touch on this. The one thing I could contribute right now, if you're interested, is that I've got the snow pillow and the snow course data in a database. And one of the things I've done with that is I also have a file that tells me where the pillow data, which pillow data I want to ignore.
Yeah, I would say let's chat offline. I would say the reason why we haven't talked about that is we're so consumed with making sure we get everything just working for this year. But as soon as everything is working, that's when we're going to start to talk about integrating, pillow data. And I'm noticing Brent Duncan just asked how many outside data sources are accessible from the cloud environment you'd set up. In that same vein, once we get all this working, we're going to have access to everything else online that's available. But we've already talked about making sure that we ingest, all MET observations, try and keeping that in a database. We've talked about keeping data on actual reservoir status. I'm trying to think of other things that we've talked about, but the idea is to, yes, get access to all sorts of data so people can so we can get away from the ASO silo and really integrate all these different data systems. So.
Okay, well, let's stay in touch on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Jeff. Hey, so Gus has a question in here, but Liz was in first. And Liz, I permitted your talking. I want to hear your voice too. And Gus, I'm gonna let you ask your question as well, because I want to hear your voice. Liz, take it away.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent. So my question was in regards to this fabulous platform that you guys are working on and how it then integrates back with the Jack Dangermond, the ESRI piece, and being able to integrate these different data sources.
So basically, the online tools that I showed you, those are going to be the majority of the development of the actual tool is going to be developed by ESRI in our partnership. So we're working directly with ESRI developers. They're going to build what's called backend infrastructure. So basically the server systems, and Christina's actually been working with them a lot to get the server systems up and running that basically serve the data out to all of the client computers, so your laptop. And then we're just getting started on writing the JavaScript, which is client-based code. So this is code that when you go to our website, your computer will download that code, and that's the code that's actually going to draw all of these graphics on your screen. So yeah, the tools that we built together are very much a strong collaboration between ESRI and us. So we will, all of our pipeline is basically our code, but at the end, we're going to move our data sets kind of into a world where ESRI can, a specific software package called ArcGIS Enterprise can read from, and that's what is going to be serving all the data out to this viewer. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, good.
Great. Good to hear you, Liz. All right, Gus.
Likewise.
All right, Gus, let me see if I can free you. You're now allowed to talk according to this machine.
Hey, Tom.
Hi.
Thanks for pulling all this together. It's great to see all you guys, even remotely. And I've been watching on and off this week, and will continue to do that. My immediate question is sort of like how deep do you guys see yourselves getting into like the hydrologic modeling beyond the snowpack modeling? I've heard of, some today from Ann Castle, and obviously are interested in NRCS and in California too, with regard to the longer lead water supply forecasting, seasonal volume forecasts is important. And so I'm just wondering where ASO Inc. sees itself slotting into, enable or further that goal.
Yeah. So that's a great question, and we've alluded to it a few times, but haven't yet had the chance to talk about it. So I'm glad you're raising that. We, from the very beginning of the program, I mean, really in 2009, when Diane Evans and I were talking in her office, when I still was at the University of Utah, the intention was to first fill that void in the knowledge of snow water equivalent, but to immediately then bring that into the hydrologic modeling and the forecasting. And and needless to say, the details of creating a program like this, I mean, I think everybody with each year gets a little more familiar with how complex it is, and it's not just subtraction and multiplication straightforwardly. And as Joe alluded to, we did the Tuolumne first, and then we did another basin as the Tuolumne, and another basin as the Tuolumne, and another basin as the Tuolumne, and we were trying to stay on top of that. Now, early on, Bruce McGurk did some assimilation of ASO products into his PRMS model for the Tuolumne. Bruce is on here. Hi, Bruce. And then we looked with DWR at the idea of an effort towards ramping up the assimilation into the PRMS models that they were working on with the USGS to ramp up for the Sierra Nevada and further north. And those efforts, everything seemed pretty bogged down and wasn't getting across the finish line. And yet that really is our goal. And so a couple years ago, I guess 4 years ago, we started working with Dave Gotchis at INSTAAR, who is in charge of the Wharf Hydro program, and Joe Busto, who actually we lost earlier this year as well. I really should have included him in that list. He was with the Colorado Water Conservation Board and helped to spearhead our activities in the Rio Grande, the Conejos, and over in the Gunnison. And it became pretty clear that that starting to work with that state-of-the-art model was going to be the right path for us. And so in the fall, this fall, or I guess it was this summer, we established a strategic partnership with the Wharf Hydro team at NCAR. And our intention is to carry it all the way to the 1 to 10 day forecasts, as well as seasonal forecasts. And right now, those are the bounds of our intentions. And of course, there are the users out there that only want to go up to snow water equivalent. They don't need us. They don't need our modeling efforts. They've got their own model that they're comfortable with. Give us the snow water equivalent. There are others that are going to want to see an independent model and to complement the existing state or federal forecasting operations. And in other parts of the world, they don't necessarily have a model that they even like, and so they want to see products end to end, from flight all the way through the forecasting. So our plan is to, through this partnership with the Wharf Hydro team, is to get an optimized and specialized version of the model that can carry us from end to end. And of course, we'll continue to be interacting with the community. We'll bring our own hydrologic modeling that we've done in years past, and the physical process modeling to bear. For instance, the dust in snow and black carbon in snow, and just continue to try to harness all of this together into the best possible package that's end to end for those operational water managers, and in turn keeping an eye to the researchers out there who themselves have made incredible use of the California Cooperative Snow Survey program as a base data set for research. And I think ASO end to end is going to be a gold mine for research going forward. And then we have those feedbacks to operations. So a long-winded answer to your question.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I see that Dave's on the agenda for later this week, and look forward to that. I just always want to keep it in your ear that for us on the operations side of, especially for the seasonal volume forecasting, the desire to be able to show the improvement through, really requires kind of an end-to-end to objectively be able to assess. I think we're all on the same page that conceptually should improve things, but how do we get to a spot to actually demonstrate that?
Exactly. And that's why this community is so important, and the feedback, and that, I sometimes we get, especially when we were at JPL, we were really busy with not only ASO, but other satellite projects and on and on. Now we're able to be very focused as a team, and so being able to have those more focused meetings with the community that's far more accessible to us. And so we want you to all look at us as a resource and a team that you're part of, that can be used to really help improve the case for all of you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks, Gus. Let's see. I took my reading glasses off and I can't see. We've got Brent. Somebody help me with, where do we go first? Do we go to Peter? He says, I missed the first part of this presentation.
I addressed that in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, great.
We got one in Q&A.
Right. So Brent, Duncan, would NRCS, SNOTEL, US Drought Monitor, OpenET be good examples of other silos? And Brent, I'm going to open you up to add to that, if you're there. There we go. Okay, it looks like Brent is either hunting for the mute button or he's wandered for coffee. Jeff, do you want to speak to that?
Sorry, I'm transitioning to mobile. I'm a little out of pocket here.
Yes,
okay.
I'm wondering about other silos. Does that mean we're one?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean, from the stuff that we presented here, I mean, we are a silo. I mean, the graphics that we demonstrated are just our products, and I don't think that's not our intention of where we want to go from the compute perspective. We want to take care of our own problem first, and then move on forward. I think this year we're really focused on building this new system, but once we get that system built, this is going to hang around for many years. And so the end of the melt season next year, I really see us really kind of opening ourselves up to a lot of these other data sources and
integration of different inputs.
Yeah, we in our conversations that we've been having with DWR, they were quite enthusiastic when we said, "Oh yeah, absolutely. We plan on integrating in other data sources that are related, and are related can have a rather broad definition, and so the community input on this, I think, is going to be really important. We also are going to be presenting this at the California Cooperative Snow Survey meeting here in a couple of weeks, and for the California participants getting more specific input. But again, this is not just for California. This is really for the global perspective and that global scaling. So having the capacity to reach more broadly is our intention. All right. Do we have any? I think we've got it all.
We're not quite an hour over.
Yeah, this is just about an hour.
That's not bad for us.
No, it's good.
All right. Hey, that was a fantastic day. This is why
I have one more question.
Oh, we have one more question?
We have a hand raised.
Oh, sorry. Peter, you are allowed to talk. Carry us over an hour.
Okay, this is a dangerous situation. But I think your last point, or the answer to the question about you doing some of the modeling, it sounds like then you would have the capability to not only procure the data, process the data, but, and I threw this out in my talk yesterday about Mill Creek, an unmonitored, no snow sensors, no snow pillows, but there's a need for more accurate forecasting, not just relying on, oh, East Walker is 30% and Tuolumne is 60%. Oh, and let's see over here, what we did, that was the whole point of what we tried to demonstrate in our talk. So It sounds like ASO could provide kind of turnkey, somewhat turnkey, not like, where you're take the information that you survey, you process, And in a case like where you need the watershed specific forecast, you could develop that for an agency that says, you know, we don't want to go to the trouble and whatever. I mean, I'm just using Mill Creek as an example. There may be in Colorado, maybe in the Cascades, new requirements for a particular watershed that doesn't have any data as far as snow sensor or snow course, and your products could eventually provide what you hopefully would be, you know, using adjacent watersheds, better forecasts than just could be done with the current methodologies.
That's exactly right. And by no means are we looking to supplant the RFCs or to supplant Bulletin 120
right
from the state of California, or supplant the reclamation forecasts or the NRCS forecasts. It's purely being complementary, providing some of those upstream data products that they don't presently have access to, and helping them to understand those products, our experience with them, the uncertainties, but then likewise taking advantage of our expertise, and then that in our relationship with M3 Works, as well as with the Wharf Hydro team, really bringing this to full bear. And so our team is an interesting mix. We are not within our team, there are no official hydrologic modelers per se. You'll see that in our papers that we've done a lot of work with various modelers, but we also have a lot of experience and expertise on the physical processes and the remote sensing, and some of that point scale modeling, and then using the tools, using VIC, using Wharf Hydro to explore some of these questions. And so that we have the relationships that we do, just like in the beginning when I went to Danny Marks and the ARS crew for snow density. That was the best available snow density product that I was aware of, and now we've really worked with them on the details of that, and the M3W guys are going to carry that along in an operational sense, and then going to the Wharf Hydro team, which developed the computationally efficient version that is the National Water Model, and they're working on other versions. But working with them, we can really get to a refined model for our purposes for these kinds of settings, and be able to take advantage of the data products that ASO can provide and our understanding of the physical processes. So it's an exciting time, and across the next couple of years, we're going to see those components rolled out and integrated into the full system. And for instance, with DWR, those will be complementary products, but again, not supplanting Bulletin 120. So, all right. We are still not quite an hour over, but I'm not going to let us go over an hour. I'm going to close it out for today. Thank you all for being with us, and the interactions, your input, and thanks again to Jack Dangermond and to Ann Castle for their great talks. Tomorrow, we again will start at 9 Pacific, and we're going to have the student interns giving their talks / posters. And then our keynote tomorrow is from Mike Anderson, whom some of you heard from yesterday. And then we'll have the improvement interlude at 10:15 if we stay on time. And then a heavy dose of ASO in Colorado. So let's see. I think that's it. Thank you all. Stay in touch, and we'll see you tomorrow.